Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the special impasse hearing scheduled for today, Tuesday, March 5th, 2024. And thank you all so much for joining us. Let me do a roll call. Let me begin with our Vice Chair Gallo.
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member Salamanca.
Good morning.
Member Farrant.
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Good morning. Member Gould.
Good morning.
Good morning. Member Felder.
Good morning.
Good morning, Member Felder. Good morning, Member Castrodeno.
Good morning.
Good morning, Member Byrd.
Good morning.
All right, we are all present. I want to remind the public that board members will not be engaging in outside electronics or digital communication during the meeting so that we can give our full attention to the matters before us. To my fellow board members, district staff, and members of the public, when speaking, please make sure your microphone is turned on and speak directly into it so our YouTube and Orange TV viewers can hear you clearly. Again, thank you so much for participating in today's meeting. If you will join me, we're going to rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, for the moment of silence, and then I'll invite you to join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. And now for the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, before we commence with our hearing, I think it's important for everyone who's in attendance, for those who are watching this live stream, and for those who might watch it later, to have a fundamental understanding of how we arrived at this special impasse hearing. So please indulge me for a few minutes to explain. The background as to how we arrived at this special impasse hearing today, I will cover, as well as today's proceedings and how they're unique from a typical school board meeting, and finally the rules of decorum for this special impasse hearing. For the background, the parties are here today in accordance with Section 447.403, subsection 4 of the Florida statutes to resolve the ongoing dispute between the public employer, the district, and the bargaining union, the Orange County Classroom Teachers Association, or CTA, moving forward. Section 447.403, subsection 4C, requires the school board, as the legislative body, to conduct a public hearing at which the parties shall be required to explain their positions with respect to the rejected recommendations of the special magistrate. Briefly, for how the parties have arrived here is as follows. During the summer and fall of 2023, negotiations were held between the parties for the 2023-24 fiscal year, with sessions occurring on June 28th of 2023, June 29th, July 17th, July 25th, August 11th, August 21st, August 22nd, August 23rd, and October 6th of 2023. On August 23rd, 2023, an impasse was declared by the district. On September 15th, a special magistrate, Barry Goldman, was appointed by the Public Employee Relations Commission. The parties were presented 7 potential magistrates. Each party was allowed to strike 3 of the potential magistrates. The Public Employee Relations Commission chose Special Magistrate Goldman from the remaining list. On November 28th through the 29th, a 2-day hearing was held before Special Magistrate Goldman. At the conclusion of the hearing, the parties elected to summarize their positions with a submission of a written post-hearing brief. After receipt of all the submissions, the hearing was closed. On February 3rd, 2024, the special magistrate issued his report and recommendations. On February 22nd of 2024, the district filed the employer's partial rejection of the special magistrate's recommendation, specifically rejecting the special magistrate's recommendation regarding health insurance changes to Article 17 and Appendix C of the contract. It was at this time that the school board entered into what is known as the isolation period, where we did not have any communications with the superintendent, her staff, or the CTA regarding bargaining issues at Impasse. Likewise, our general counsel and our deputy general counsel did not have communications with the superintendent or her staff, including Jeffrey Mandel, who's the superintendent's counsel on these proceedings, or the CTA regarding issues at Impasse. On February 26th of 2024, as required by Section 447.403, subsection 4A, Florida statutes, the district filed the special magistrate's report and recommendation, and the superintendent's recommendation for settling the disputed issues at Impasse. On February 28th, 2024, the CTA submitted its recommendations for settling the dispute at Impasse. This brings us to today, March 5th, 2024, for which today's special impasse hearing has been scheduled to provide the opportunity for the CTA and the district to explain their positions with respect to the rejected recommendations of the special magistrate in accordance with 447.403, subsection 4D of the Florida statutes. Now I will outline briefly today's proceedings and how they are unique from a typical school board meeting. Today, the school board is not sitting as it does for a regular meeting. The school board is acting in as a quasi-judicial body. While the school board is acting as a quasi-judicial body, it's important to note that we are not bound by strict rules of evidence or procedure. Section 447.403, subsection 4, you've probably got that memorized by now, requires the school board to forthwith hold a public hearing at which the parties shall be required to explain their positions with respect to the rejected recommendations of the special magistrate, and thereafter take such action as it deems to be in the public interest, including the interest of the public employees involved, to resolve all disputed issues. I want to pause for a moment here. The language I just read is straight out of the statute, that we are to take such action as we deem to be in the public interest, including the interest of public employees. I paused for a minute there because the order of the public interest versus the public employees, the order is not relevant in terms of priorities, and the way it is read is exactly how it's listed. So I don't want anybody in the room thinking that we are putting one entity over the other. We have to consider the interest of both. The counsel for both parties have been notified of the rules and the timelines for this hearing, but for the benefit of the public, I will outline these rules and timelines. Counsel for each party will first make their argument. Once the argument portion closes, the board will then ask questions, engage in discussion, and finally render a final decision on the disputed issue before it. Case law is clear that the school board, when sitting as a legislative body under 447.403 Florida statutes, is serving in a quasi-judicial capacity. Because the school board is acting in its quasi-judicial capacity, we will not be taking public comment today. Section 286.0114, subsection 3D, Florida statute states that the requirement of public comment does not apply to a meeting during which the board is acting in a quasi-judicial capacity. Further, board policy BEDH, section C2 states quasi-judicial matters. Speakers may not address the board on any quasi-judicial matters that may come before the board during the public period or the public comment period. Further, it's consistent with how other districts hold their quasi-judicial hearings and how OCPS has held special impasse hearings in the past. Ultimately, the legislative body is required to give a fair and impartial consideration of the interests of both parties. The legislative body must provide both parties with the opportunity to explain their positions with aspect to the rejected recommendation of the special magistrate. At this point, the school board can only consider the rejected recommendation, resolve that issue by taking such actions as it deems to be in the public interest, including the interest of the public employees involved. In order to do so, the agenda sets forth the order in which the parties will present their explanations. Mr. Palmerini has informed council of the logistics for today's impasse hearings in advance of the meeting. To outline that, each party has already been advised that they will be allotted a total of 90 minutes to present their explanations, including any period they choose to reserve for rebuttal. The board will then close the presentations for both sides. All time which is not used during the presentation will be waived. At this point, the parties will very likely break for lunch for 1 hour. The board members will go to their individual offices for lunch and may only discuss their opinions or ask questions in the public meeting when we reconvene. When the board reconvenes, the board may then have questions for the parties regarding their presentations. The party to whom a question is posed will have 1 minute to respond to the question. The other party will also be given 1 minute to respond. If a party or their attorney speaks without being asked a question by a board member or without otherwise being recognized by the chair, such party or attorney will be out of order, and I'll indicate as such. After questions, and depending on how long the question period is, the board may then take a break prior to its discussion and decision of the issue. Excuse me. Once questions and answers are closed, the board will then discuss the issue amongst itself and decide the issue. If any party or their attorney speaks during the discussion or decision period of the board without being called on and recognized by the chair, again, they will be out of order and we will indicate as such. Again, the role of the board as defined in the statute is to take such action as it's deemed in the public interest, including the interest of the public employees, and to resolve all disputed impasse issues. The school board members, that means a motion will need to be made to either 1, adopt the special magistrate's recommendation, 2, adopt the rejected recommendation from the superintendent, the rejection and the recommendation from the superintendent, or 3, resolve the issue before the board on health insurance in some other fashion. School board members, during our discussion and deliberation, I ask that you not offer a motion or call the question prematurely. That has never been an issue with this board, but I still feel inclined just to remind everybody that we want to give each board member all the time that they need to ask all the questions that they need. The issue before us is too important for us to rush through, and I think we all understand it's one of the most important decisions that we make. The decision will be binding on the parties, but it is subject to ratification vote by the members of the bargaining union. After this decision today, all of the items agreed to by the party prior to this issue, all items rejected by either party from the special magistrate's recommendation, and the resolution of the disputed impasse of healthcare by the legislative body, what we're here today to decide, will be reduced to writing by the parties in an agreement, which is then presented to the public employees for ratification. It's important to note that the agreement goes to all teachers for ratification, not just those who are members of the union. If ratification succeeds, then the agreement will be approved by the school board at a regularly scheduled school board meeting. If there's a failure to ratify the agreement, then the school board's actions to settle the health insurance issue will take effect for the remainder of the fiscal year. All other previous tentative agreements and the issue of wages will have to return to the bargaining table. For rules of decorum. With respect to the rules of decorum for today's special impasse hearing, the expectation is that all attendees follow our code of civility and treat each other with respect. As I've indicated before, the legislature has added a specific provision to help govern the conduct of members of the public at school board meetings. While this has rarely ever been used, Section 1001.372, subsection 3 of the Florida statutes provides that let me take a sip of water. Does this remind anybody of a infamous moment? No. Oh, it was, yes, Senator Rubio, when he couldn't get to his water. All right, some of you, I'll send you a YouTube video of it later. Okay. The statute states the presiding officer of any district school board may order the removal from a public meeting held by the district school board of any person interfering with the expeditious or orderly process of such meeting, providing such officer has first issued a warning that continued interference with the orderly process of the meeting will result in removal. Any law enforcement authority or sergeant at arms designated by the officer shall remove any person ordered removed pursuant to this section. I cannot imagine we would exercise that, but I was compelled to at least share that with everyone. As I said, I think we've only used that once. Maybe it was twice. For us to have a productive meeting, we have to be able to hear each other. We need to be able to hear exactly what the council is saying as they're explaining their respective positions. There may be a need to temporarily recess the special impasse hearing, if there is a break in decorum. But it's essential that there is quiet and order in the board chambers. I also want to be cognizant of the comfort of our school board members. So if you all feel like you need to take a break, normally at a school board meeting, a board member might feel comfortable getting up, excusing themselves for a minute and coming back. I think most of our board members will not feel comfortable missing a moment of this hearing. So if you do, please let me know. Click your, okay. Okay, no, we're good. Yeah, just register that you want to speak, and then we'll take a brief break. All right. Make sure I have covered everything we need to cover. Yes. All right. We are now finally ready to start. The presentation by the superintendent's attorney, Jeff Mandel, and by Classroom Teachers Association attorney, Mark Richard. We're going to begin by having each party present their case. Since the district declared impasse and rejected the special magistrate's recommendation on health insurance, it will go first. Mr. Mandel, you have the floor, and your time will begin once you start the presentation. Before you begin, Mr. Mandel, please indicate how much, if any, time you are reserving for rebuttal.
I would like to reserve 30 minutes or the remainder of my 90 minutes, depending upon how long my initial presentation goes.
All right. You ready to begin? Begin.
Yes. Chair, board members, good morning. It's my privilege to be here today representing the superintendent, Dr. Maria Vasquez. I hope you don't mind that I'm going to sit during this presentation. I would normally stand, however, I have a bad knee, and I just didn't want anybody to view that as being disrespectful by sitting on this. The chair covered some of the issue of how we got here, but I think it's important to spend a couple of minutes expanding more upon that. We're in the third year of a 3-year contract that covered fiscal year 21, 22, 22, 23, and 23, 24. And as you may recall, 21, 22 is when we went to impasse over the issue of wages and plan design changes to the health insurance. The union actually took us to impasse on that, and based upon the resolution of that impasse hearing before the board, the plan design changes were implemented, but were implemented first in the following year. So in the following year, 22-23, we went back to the bargaining table. And at that time, the main issue was a wage reopener. We also had a slight issue regarding grievance. But we ultimately agreed on a 6% to payroll increase for the bargaining unit employees. As you can see in this presentation, I've labeled it as historic. Well, those aren't my words. Those are the words that the union posted on their website and referred to those increases as historic. Those negotiations ended on time, because when the union came to us and made a wage presentation, we actually came back and gave them a little more. So we were able to finish that on time and without having to go to impasse. So with respect to the current fiscal year, which is 23-24, the contract Article 2, Section A of the collective bargaining agreement says salary and fringe benefits shall automatically be reopened each year of the contract. We took advantage of that language that the parties had agreed to and has been in the contract for a very long period of time. And we opened, the union opened on salaries, holidays, and some other issues. We reopened on salary and fringe benefits, including the health insurance, as well as one other. And the reason I raise this is because the CTA during the course of these proceedings has challenged our ability to reopen health insurance for fiscal year 23-24.
Mr. Mandel?
Yes.
I apologize. We have a board member who needs to excuse themselves for just a minute.
Okay,
Okay.
not a problem. I have no objection.
Make that 2 board members. For the benefit of the audience, we have asked our board members, there is a, it doesn't matter, she needs to go out. What is she looking for? Coffee? Okay. Okay, so I have asked that all board members be present in this room, or no more than one uses the bathroom that is kind of a private bathroom. If more than one board member needs to use the bathroom, they're to use the public bathroom, so that they're in the public, lest anybody question whether they're meeting back there. So I did not know until just now that somebody put the coffee right behind the wall. So let me check on this. To the front so that everybody can go out the front, with the exception of Member Felder, who may need to go out through the back. All right, I am so sorry for the interruption.
Madam Chair,
I'm sorry,
May-
Mr. Palmerini.
just briefly, just because we have a court reporter here, just for the record, I escorted Member Felder back to the back there. There was no conversation between her and any other board member, so I just wanted to put that on the record.
All right.
I was able to witness at all times.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Mandel.
Thank you very much. So the point that I was making is that notwithstanding any objection by the union to us reopening health insurance for 23-24. The contract specifically gives us the right to do so. So continuing how we got here, we conducted 6 bargaining sessions in this case. Now, wages are not before you in this impasse, only health insurance, but I think it's important to understand what we did on the wages, because the wages and the health care are tied together. And so at our first bargaining session, the union made a presentation to switch from flat fee salary increases to percentages of salaries, which would benefit the more senior teachers. They presented a proposal that would cost 10.47% of payroll. Interestingly and importantly, not only did they make a proposal for fiscal year 23-24, but they also proposed an increase to the retention supplement for 24-25, and I'll explain how that is of significance. Excuse me. So we came back on July 25 of 23, and we presented a proposal that essentially was 6% of salary of payroll in the first year, 2% in the second year. The union rejected that, both as to the numbers and to the flat dollar amounts. So thereafter, we went to the Florida Department of Education and asked them whether or not we could do percentage increases. And their response is no. To comply with the statute, we could not do percentage increases. So we came back and we gave a modified proposal of 6% of payroll in the first year, 3% in the second year, plus health insurance changes in the second year in 24-25. The union was adamantly opposed to doing anything in the second year of the contract. And so what we ended up doing on April 1 of 2023 is that we came back with a package that included the health insurance changes in fiscal year 23-24, and also increased the salary offer in the first year, 23-24, to 9% of payroll. That was rejected, and on August 23 of 23, the union came back and gave us the same exact proposal on wages that they had been giving us all along. There was absolutely no movement from the union on it, and the union's position was not only no on the health insurance, but heck no, we're not going to talk health insurance for 23-24. So based on that and move the process forward, we declared an impasse, because that's the only way we thought that we could get the teachers their pay increases in a timely manner. But in the interim, we went back, FDOE told us, hey, you know what, you can do percentage increases, and we recognized how important that was to the teachers. So we requested to go back to the bargaining table, and we changed our offer to reflect the percentages that you can see up there on screen, along with the health insurance changes. The union thanked us very much for making that switch, but didn't move one iota off of their wage proposal or the health insurance issue. So we ended up submitting Impasse letter to the Florida Public Employee Relations Commission. But prior to doing that, we asked the union if they'd be willing to waive the special magistrate hearing. This way we could have been in front of you and had this hearing in September of last year. And we followed it up in the letter that we sent to PERC. And as you can see, it says the school board's offered to waive the special magistrate and proceed directly to the legislative body. We're awaiting the union's response. Well, the union never agreed to waive the special magistrate. And the reason I raise it is that because I've seen postings where somehow it was our delay because we wanted the special magistrate. We didn't want the special magistrate. We would have been very happy having this impasse resolution hearing in September and getting their teachers their raises sooner than later. So as the chair mentioned, we had a 2-day special magistrate hearing in front of Magistrate Goldman on 28th and the 29th. And we were able to work together and resolve a number of the issues. So I don't want anybody to walk away from here thinking that just because we're at impasse on this one issue, that there was no cooperation at the bargaining. We were able to work those out. And thereafter, on February 3rd of 2024, the magistrate issues his recommended decision. And the parties accepted everything other than the health insurance. So all of the salary issues were agreed to. The union was looking for an additional paid holiday that was agreed to remain status quo. So the agreed-to salaries, very briefly, as the chair mentioned, if the bargaining unit employees ratify the contract, they'll get a 2% COLA, 5.75 increase for effective, 7.75 increase for highly effective employees. That accounts to 92% of the bargaining unit employees who are rated as highly effective. So those folks will get a 9.75% increase to their base salary. We have agreed to a 2% increase to the starting pay and advanced degree supplement. We've also, for this current fiscal year, agreed to a 25% increase in the retention supplement. And we've agreed to new incentives, ESE, anywhere between $1,500 and $4,000. The SLP, speech language pathologists with their certificate, would get $8,000, and the licensed clinical social workers, the mental health counselors, and the RNs would get $5,000. And it's important to note that the range of actual dollars for the base pay increases are between $3,775 to $7,950 per person, with an average of $5,400 per bargaining unit member for our package. So what did this cost? So the salary increases alone, the 9% of payroll were not a little over $91 million, almost $92 million dollars. Now, it's important to note that 3% of that is being paid out of fund balance. $48 million out of that 91 are being paid out of fund balance. And the import of that is that we are banking. We're taking a risk that the Florida legislature will give us that money for 24-25. And if we don't get that money, we're going to have to consider program cuts and personnel cuts. And I'm not saying that as a way to threaten anything, but those are the facts. The retention, the select supplements added another $6.357 million. The retention supplement, this is the differential between what we were paying and what we will be paying. That's an additional $5 million. It's going from $17 million to $22 million for the retention supplement. The entire package of new money in the pockets of the bargaining members are $103 million. Keep in mind that the 6% that we gave last year equated to about $56 million. If those were historic, then I think these are super historic. These are the largest raises that we have ever offered to the union. So let's turn our attention to the issue that is before you here, and that's the issue of the health insurance. And those reside in Article 17 of the contract and Appendix C, which spells out in more detail what those terms are. And at issue are the premiums. We're seeking to increase the premiums for the reasons that I am going to explain to you. We're also looking at some relatively minor plan designs, which on the whole benefit the employees. And the effective date, which is going to be an issue, I believe, that Mr. Richard and his team are going to raise in their presentation. We are proposing to implement the health insurance changes on June 30th of 2024. That is the last day of fiscal year 23-24. Why are we doing that? Well, we could have come to the bargain table and said, hey, we're going to implement this at the beginning of the fiscal year. But by implementing the last day of the fiscal year, it means that the employees aren't going to be seeing the actual increases to the premiums until September of 2024. And that will then give all of the bargaining unit members the benefit of these super historic raises for an entire year before they see any increased cost to the health insurance. So we actually view that as a positive, not a negative, that we're taking that position. So what did the special magistrate say? Special magistrate basically said, in light of statutory factors and in order to spare the parties the inevitable controversy, uncertainty, and potential litigation, such a change would entail, I recommend no changes to the health insurance. It's important to note this was his sole basis for not recommending our health insurance proposal. As far as the merits, and we'll cover that a little bit later, the special magistrate actually agreed to us on the merits of our health insurance proposal. We do not believe that that's a valid basis for rejecting the district's health insurance proposal. But more importantly, it's no longer an issue. Mr. Richard and I were able to work out something, and the CTA has agreed that they are not going to file an unfair labor practice charge over the timing of the health insurance changes. So therefore, the threat of litigation, the concerns that the special magistrate raised in rejecting our proposal have been alleviated, and I applaud Mr. Richard for working on that with us. So let's turn then to the health insurance itself. And I want to be very brief here just in case there's anybody in the audience or listening online that aren't overly familiar with how our health insurance works. So the district provides health insurance benefits to the employees through a health insurance trust. The trust is funded by the premiums that we contribute each year, plus the premiums that the employees contribute. The plan is self-funded. And so what that means is that we pay the cost of the medical claims with the premiums that are received. Basically, premiums are the revenue, and the medical claims are the expenses. And in a situation where the medical claims exceed the expenses, we have a deficit, and we are required to pay the difference between the two. Additionally, we have state requirements for being self-insured. And one of it is every year, the plan's actuary has to submit a report to the Florida Office of Insurance Regulation certifying that our plan is actuarially sound. Moreover, under the law, we are required to keep in a stabilization reserve the cost of 60 days of claims. And there are penalties that apply if we do not live up to that obligation. So let's turn our attention to what's driving the issue here today. And what this chart shows you are the trust's gains and loss by plan year. Basically, those years in which the revenues exceeded the expenses and those years in which the expenses exceeded the revenues. And as we go through this, you can see we were okay in 2015 and 2016. 2017, 2018, we started running deficits. Deficits meaning that the cost of the claims exceeded the amount of money that was coming in to pay for them. Interestingly, 2017, 2018 is a year that the district actually increased its premiums. And notwithstanding the fact that they increased their premiums, and there was no increase to the employees' premiums, we still ended up running a deficit. 2018, again, 2018-19, a deficit again. 2019, 2020. You can see that we had a slight increase in that year. And again, that was a year in which we increased our premiums. In fact, that was the 5th time that we had increased our premiums. When I say our, I'm talking about the districts, in the prior 7 years. So you may be wondering, how come we have the stripes on 21-22? Because 21-22 shows that we ran a surplus of $15 million. The reason why is because we shifted $17 million of the expenses of the plans to ESSER. If we had not shifted those costs out of the trust, we would have had a $2 million deficit. So we would have been going for the, we would have ended up having deficits in the vast majority of the years between 2015 and 2016. 2022, 2023, we were forecasted by the consultants, actually, I'm sorry, 22, 23, we show here at 26,864,000. That was what was initially forecasted by the consultant. In reality, for 22, 23, we ended up at the end of the year when the actuary issued his report, there's another $14 million that is going to have to be transferred into the trust. I know that Mr. Richard made mention at the last impasse that the actuaries aren't always right. We agree. This is a situation where they were short by $14 million on how much we were going to owe. And I think it has an impact on each year thereafter. So we are forecasted in 2023 to see a $42 million deficit in the plan, and we're forecasted to see a $61 million deficit in 24-25. And I think based on what we've experienced in 22-23, those numbers are likely to be higher. So what is driving this? If you look at the October 22 to June 23 report that the trust covered in its November 23 meeting, you'll see what the issue is here. There was a 13.40% decrease in revenue, which is over $20 million decrease in revenue. There was an $18 million increase in expenses for the plan, and the total medical and prescription costs came in at an additional $18 million. These reports were no secret. They were discussed at the trust meetings on November of 2022, February 23, April of 23, August of 23, November of 23, and January of 24. And Mr. McCracken attended those meetings. He attended all of one of those meetings. So this is not information that anybody tried to hide from the union. So it has been suggested that this is just a product of the district not fully funding the health insurance plan. Well, here is a chart that shows you what our contributions have been to the health insurance plan from 2018-19 to 2022-23. And as you can see is that in 2018-2019, and the orange are the normal board contributions each year, our share of the premiums. The blue is additional money that we had to transfer into the trust to satisfy the 60-day requirement that I had mentioned before. And as you could see, starting in 1920, we had to start infusing additional money into the plan to keep it actually, well, not to keep it actually sound, just to meet the 60-day requirement. In total, when you look at both our regular annual increases and our additional transfers to the plan, the district contributed $1.122 billion into the health insurance fund from 2018-19 to 22-23. And this included $115.6 million in transfers. Now, I know we have sent out information before saying that the transfers for that period were $101 million. The reason why it's $14 million higher is what I mentioned before, is that the plan actuary recently came back for fiscal year 22-23 and said we're going to owe another $14 million. We're projected to contribute another $489 million to the insurance trust next year, including $43 million additional money this year and $65 million next year. And these numbers may very well be on the low side. So with this amount of contribution, the question is, why do we keep running these deficits? The reason why, it's all about the premiums. And Mr. Arnone, who testified on behalf of the union at the special magistrate hearing, said, so just because the trust is underfunded, in other words, doesn't mean there's no money. It just means that the rates have not changed to provide adequate revenue. We wholeheartedly agree. You know, we have done everything we can to keep the employee rates low, and we haven't raised them over the years. And they haven't kept pace with the rising cost of health care, which has been between 6.5% and 7% per year. And to illustrate that, Mr. Arno's point is this chart shows us the annual board employee-only contributions for the period of 2011-12 to 22-23. And I note that in 2012-2013, there was an increase to the district's premiums only. The next year, again, 2013-2014, district increased its premiums. 2014, 2015, 2016, the district again increased its contributions. We increased our contributions in 2017-18. We also increased our contributions in 2019-2020. And during that period of time, there was only once that we increased the employee premiums, and that occurred in 2020-21. They were slated to occur the prior year in conjunction with ours. However, due to the negotiations process, they got delayed a year of implementation. Unfortunately, these premiums have become actually unsound over time, meaning they're not sufficient to cover the cost of the medical claims. To a large extent, we have been the victim of our attempts over the years to avoid raising employee premiums, which isn't a bad thing. But you don't just take my word for the fact that these premiums are not actually sound. Let's see what the plan actuary has said. So December 17, 21, the plan actuary, Charles Larimer, sends his report to the state, and he says that the rates for 21-22 without adjustment are not actually sound. Well, there was no adjustment. What happens the next year? The next year, Mr. Larimer on December 14, 22 says that the current rates for 22-23 plan year are not actually sound. So 2 years in a row. Now, what happens in 23-24? For the third year in a row, Mr. Larimer reports to the state that our premiums are not actually sound. Now, one time, maybe an aberration, 2 times, maybe a coincidence, 3 times in a row, it's a problem, and it's a problem that needs to be fixed, and that's what we're trying to do. So during the course of the special magistrate hearing, the union's position was, hey, we should tackle these health insurance increases in 24-25 when we reopen the entire contract. The special magistrate, upon hearing that, asked the question to the union's attorney, Mr. Richard, if everything that the employer is saying is true, and it is, you're just kicking the can down the road, right? And then a big truck's going to hit you in the following year, right? You've got to do something. And Mr. Richard gave an honest response and said, of course. But notwithstanding the recognition that there is something that we have to do with the health insurance, the CTA has never once during the course of these negotiations, or even up to impasse in the intervening 7 months, they've never put on the table any changes to the health insurance for 23-24. At best, they've informally offered to fast-track negotiations for the next fiscal year. That was never a formal proposal that they presented. And we can't take the risk that negotiations are going to break down for 23-24, and we're going to be back here at impasse and have just delayed the inevitable increase necessary in the premiums. So why should the teachers care about this? Well, the reason why the teachers should care is that there's this notion out there that we have 2 separate pots of money. We have the pot of money for salaries, and we have the pot of money for benefits. And what we do on benefits has no impact on salaries. Well, that's not true. We have one pot of money that resides in the general fund, and the $1.22 billion that I mentioned before in our contributions came out of that same pot, which we fund both wages and the benefits. And the important thing to keep in mind is that every dollar we spend on health insurance, other than some of the ESSER monies that we used, is a dollar that we could not spend on teacher pay increases. And that's one of the reasons why, from our standpoint, is so vital to make these premium changes, is because we want to be in a position where we can continue to give the teachers the kind of raises that we're able to give them this year. So what does our proposal do? Our proposal changes the Plan A premiums for both the board and for the employees. So our total annual contribution for Plan A goes from $92,88.60 to $10,552. The employee on Plan A goes from zero, what they're currently paying now, to $545 a year, spread out over 20 checks. The total, the 9288 versus 11100, that represents a 19.5% increase. We derived that by applying 6.5% medical inflation over the course of the 3 years of the collective bargaining agreement. With respect to plans B and C, you can see there the changes that we're proposing for the employee only coverage. They would go from $26.27 to $58.56. Again, it's a 19.5% increase from the prior year totals. And what we're also doing is we're changing the split, what I call the split, between the premiums paid by the district and the premiums being paid by the employees. And for the Plan A, we're going from us paying 100% and the employees paying 0 cent for the employee-only coverage to 95.5. And on Plans B and C, which the split is currently 95.5, we're proposing 90.10. That brings us more in line with industry standards, which tend to be a split of 85 employer, 15 employee, or 80 employer, 20 employee. Now, you note that this is employee coverage. And the reason why I haven't mentioned dependent coverage here is because we pay and have historically paid just for the employee-only coverage. When employees have dependent coverage, we pay the single coverage amount. So going forward, somebody that has a dependent coverage, we're going to pay $10,555 on their behalf, and the employees have always been responsible then for picking up the difference between the two. This pie chart illustrates the paycheck impact of the district's proposed premium changes. These are based on June 30th of 2023 enrollment. And as you can see, 80% of the bargaining unit will receive premium increases under our proposal from $0 to $35 per paycheck. 18%, $36 to $80, which means that 98% of the bargaining unit will see less than an $80 increase per paycheck to their premiums. Now, I do have to mention the folks that fall in the gray area. There are 267 of them, and they are going to see more significant increases. So I do not want to hide that fact from anybody. Most of them will receive increases per paycheck of $108 to $143. However, there's one small category of folks that are in our most expensive plan, Plan B family, which will see a significantly higher amount. Unfortunately, we had to find a way to stop the downward spiral of the insurance trust deficits. We really had no choice but to come up with a plan that is designed to have the least impact on the most number of employees. And that's exactly what we have done here. Now, the good news with respect to the 267 members, and I believe the highest, the family Plan B, our numbers were 6 individuals, 6 members at the time. I believe it's now down to 5. Every one of them will have an opportunity during an open enrollment to switch to a less expensive plan. And if they do, they're actually going to save money from what they are currently paying. Now, I want to turn our attention to what I have labeled the CTA's misleading 64% increase claim. And we've all heard it, everybody in this room has heard the CTA saying we're increasing premium 64%. So where are they getting that from? So currently, when you look at the entire CTA bargaining unit as an aggregate, and you add up everything every single member is paying, it currently comes out to $13.992 million. Under our proposal, it will increase to $22,886,000. That's an 8.89% increase, which equates to 64%. So that's where that number is coming from. But I'm here to tell you that percentages can be misleading. But again, you don't have to take my word for it. Mr. Arnaud testified to it at the special magistrate hearing. And he conceded correctly that percentages can be misleading. Because the 64% number masks the fact that the total annual increase, the 64%, is driven by 80% of the employees seeing only a $540 to $680 increase the entire year spread out over 20 checks. And another 17.57 of them enrolled will see premium increases of only $720 to $1,560 a year, again spread out over 20 paychecks. Mr. Arnaud went on during that hearing to address the issue of how statistics or percentages can be misleading. And he was talking about the increases that Osceola County School District made to their health proposals. And they had a 100% increase in their employee-only category. And as Mr. Arnaud recognized, that was an increase of only $25 to $50. And as he said, you know, in that context, talking about percentages being a little bit, are a little bit misleading. We agree. And it applies the same to our increase for Plan A from $0 to $27.30 and to our Plan B and C increases of $26.27 to $58.60 increases. When you view this in terms of percentages and as opposed to actual dollars, the percentages are misleading. So I want to illustrate this for you, and something that I think everybody can wrap their heads on, because I know the health insurance stuff gets really, really confusing. So Mark and I go to our annual Friends Dinner, and for those that don't know us, Mark and I are friends. And so for 2022, the total amount of our meal is $125. I pick up 100 of those dollars, and Mark picks up 25 of the dollars. So in that case, I have paid 80% of the cost of the entire meal. So next year, inflation hits, and our meal now costs $161. I pick up 120 of it. Mark picks up $41 of it. So in total, our meal has increased by $36. I've paid an additional $20. Mark has paid an additional $16. Well, when you look at the $36 increase, my increase is 20%. Mark's increase is 64%, notwithstanding the fact that he only paid an additional $16. And then Mark runs around and tells everybody, I can't believe what that Jeff Mandel did to me. He made me pick up 64% of the increased cost. I am not, believe me, I am not trying to make light of this situation. What I'm trying to emphasize is that when you look at these in terms of real numbers, you see a far different position than if you're looking at them in terms of percentages. Man, I'm running. So, in fact, if anything, if you want to use percentages, the 64%, we are picking up 64% of the total increase for all bargaining units. The employees are picking up 36. And when you look just at the CTA, we are picking up 63% of it, and the employees are picking up 37%. So just like Mark and Mai's dinner, the district is picking up the lion's share of these increases. We have made attempts over time to reduce the costs. We implemented SureFit. We implemented Surgery Plus, People One Health. We've been working with contracts to get the hospitals get direct contracts, wellness promotion, and we are preparing to rebid. And hopefully we will have that insurance rebid in place for 25-26. And hopefully we'll be able to reduce the cost of the health insurance through that rebid. However, we believe it's naive to believe that we are going to receive the same level of coverage from the hospital and providers for $30 or $40 million less. So during the course of the negotiations, the union asked us to speak to their health care expert, their health insurance expert, and we did. We had a video conference. And after we explained our approach towards health insurance, this is what their expert had to say. Our approach towards health insurance is more innovative than most. He complimented us for having stop loss on prescriptions, which he said he's been trying to get employers to do for years. He said what we were doing was a model that he could use going forward. And in sum, he said that we have, quote unquote, a pretty damn good health insurance plan. We agree with him totally. So what does special magistrate say about this? Special magistrate, in saying that, he doesn't believe that there was any prohibition against raising health insurance and, well, let me just strike that. What he said is that I'm also not convinced the district's proposal increase in premiums is astronomical. If the proposed increase is considered in dollars rather than percentages, it compares favorably with the comparables, meaning the surrounding school districts. And if the proposed increase in premiums is considered in light of the proposed increase in wages, it fairly disappears. The special magistrate basically agreed with the district on the merits of our health insurance proposal. And what did he mean by the premiums fairly disappear? If you look at the last 2 years, combined 22, 23, 23, 24, we provided salary increases of $159.4 million. What we're asking for 23, 24 is premium increases that would amount to $8.9 million. The employees, the teachers, will still come out $150 million to the plus. If you just look at 23, 24, the $103 million package that we are going to provide them, minus the $8.9 million in the increased premiums, still nets them a gain of $94.3 million, which is $38 million more than 2022-23's historic increase. Let's just very briefly cover how this impacts a real employee. One of the witnesses that testified, employee witnesses that testified, the current base salary is $58,300. They will receive a base salary increase of $5,675, select supplement of $1,500, additional retention supplement of $500 for a total increase of $7,675. That individual is on Plan C, employee-only coverage, will experience an additional premium of $647 over the course of the year, meaning that the employee will have a net increase to their base wages of $7,028. And this plays out with the vast majority of the individuals that are members of this bargaining unit. Real quickly, the plan design changes. As Mr. Arnaud said, my perspective on it is that some of these changes are smart, and that there's nothing that's an obstacle in his view to what we were proposing. Here's what we are proposing. You can see that we've implemented mental health parity. We did that through a memorandum of agreement. We are changing the medical out-of-pocket to the benefit of the employees. We are increasing the RX, the prescription out-of-pocket, because that was a recommendation from our consultant due to some new drugs coming on the market that are wickedly expensive. So on the whole, when you look at these changes, 1,579 plan members will save between $2,000 and $4,000 on the medical out-of-pocket costs. The folks that will have a negative impact with respect to the prescription out-of-pocket are 372 members. So on the whole, far more members benefit from our plan changes than see a negative impact. So in summary, it's beyond dispute that the health insurance trust is not actuarially sound, and that there is a structural imbalance with the premiums. It's also beyond dispute that if we don't do something, we're going to get hit by the special magistrate's proverbial truck. And the increases to the premiums that we have proposed are what are minimally necessary to get us to where we need to be. These changes are more than offset by our super historic pay increases, and we simply can't afford to continue to pump tens of millions of dollars extra money into the health insurance trust. And moreover, we cannot afford that $103 million wage package that we are going to be providing if we don't get some relief on the health insurance. And if we don't do something to mitigate the projected $65 million for 24-25, and just to let you know, nothing our plan does will change the fact that we're going to have to contribute another $43 million in this fiscal year. We're not going to be able to give teachers raises, and we're going to need to make budget cuts, including programs and or positions. Again, not a threat, it's a fact. The position we find ourselves is not, of our doing. The state isn't providing us adequate funding. I don't think anybody here will disagree with that. We have rising healthcare costs that are impacting all of us. Inflation is impacting all of us. Declining enrollment has a negative impact upon our funds, and we continue to see increases in the FRS. I applaud everybody up here for doing a phenomenal job in managing the organization with the resources it had. And the fact that you were able to package together $103 million in salary increases is, I believe, phenomenal. So in the end of this, our recommendation, reject the special magistrate's recommendation to leave the health insurance status quo. We recommend the adoption of the superintendent's Appendix C and D to her June 26, 24 recommendations. We don't believe it's in the public's interest to require them to bear the entire cost of health insurance. Public has already incurred $1.122 billion of costs into the plan, and that's still not enough to meet our requirements under stabilization reserve. It's also in the employee's interest to have an actuarially sound health plan that isn't repeatedly running deficits and diverting funds away from that could be used for teacher salary increases. So with that, I stop and reserve the remainder of my time for rebuttal.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mandel. Member Gould, we're going to reserve all of our questions until we've heard, pardon me, restroom. I thought you said question. Restroom break. I was just going to ask if anybody needed to take restroom breaks. So thank you, Member Gould, for bringing that up. Again, I'm going to ask that board members use the public entrance, the public bathroom. Okay? Pardon me? The coffee is still back there, Dr. No, the coffee is out front. Okay? Member Salamanca, is this not stimulating enough for you? Okay. All right. start the timer, please. Tell us how much time you want to reserve for rebuttal. Okay, for the public, I'm not sure your mic was on. Mr. Richard
Testing.
said 10 minutes for rebuttal. That gives them extra time in their presentation. Did I understand that?
Right, but I'm saying if we come up short in this, we would like to just add it to the rebuttal if we come under the 80 minutes.
So your intent coming into this is to use 80 minutes, reserve 10. But if you come in at 60 minutes, you want the balance to go into rebuttal.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Okay. So we'll set the timer for 80 minutes.
Thank you. If it pleases the chair and the board, today we bring the voices of your teachers, your educators. The red shirts behind you on the chairs have different pictures of
Mr.
different
Mandel,
teachers.
Mr. Richard, I'm so sorry. Okay, the timer wasn't running.
That's not a bad thing.
Neither was our other little mistake.
Again,
Now we're ready.
to the honorable chair and members of the board, on behalf of OCCTA, thank you. We try to bring you the voices of your teachers who are in classrooms and libraries and working as counselors and psychologists with your students today. They are unable to be here because they're doing the most noble of work, teaching and learning, the life of the mind. And many of them sent in their pictures and asked us to put them on our union t-shirts, and you can see the sea of red behind me, and each of them are unique with a picture of one of your dedicated staff. They asked two things of you today. They ask you to come up with wisdom. This is a $9 million fight. You can put all of that on them, as the district is asking. You cannot put this burden on them at zero, as we are asking, or you can come anywhere in between, in any way you want. You are not bound to the magistrate's recommendation, which ruled in our favor. You may do what you think is right, and that's why you're elected, and you sit in this important chair that you occupy. But I want to remind you of one critical thing. The law is weird in Florida. It's weird. Because what it is that you all along have been giving guidance to the superintendent. You've had shade meetings, all which are legal, private meetings directing Mr. Mandel on how to bargain, what position to take. Should he ask for 64% more from the aggregate of all the employees? That's what it is, the aggregate. And during that time, you are our adversary in an honest way. You are on the other side of the bargaining table. We're not allowed to strike under the law in Florida, and we're not allowed to have binding arbitration. While we won in front of the magistrate, it's non-binding. It's just a mere recommendation. The law then says, as of the day he rejected the magistrate, you go into an insulated period. That's why everybody's so careful about the bathroom. And you're not allowed to talk to each other, nor us, about the substance. And you are to take your hat off, and they use that exact word in the seminal cases, in the case out of Orange County as well that Jeff did. And you are to become a neutral referee here. Not Maria's side, not Clinton's side. You're to look at the public interest and the public interest of the public employees. That's really hard to know when you've been, in many ways, married to the concept of 64% or 8.9 million, and now you're coming in here to even question yourselves. And you must. And we beg of you to do that. You are neutrals now. The entire past, all the interactions with your counsel who got to meet with you, they are to be cut off under this weird law, which assumes you can rise above all that as the chair so instructed today. That's not easy. I will tell you, I do a lot of this for a long time. If there's any board capable of doing it, it's you. I saw what you did over the last years. I watched your stuff from Miami, which is another part of the world, from here. You can do it. It is not only your charge, but is your ethical responsibility, which you will meet. So you're starting a clean slate, tabula rasa, as we say in Latin. Okay, we move on. What's at risk here? Our teachers cannot afford another $9 million being put on their shoulders. Our average teacher before this raise, which is phenomenally good, is $55,000. Jeff and I go to dinner, we're blessed. We have six-figure salaries. We don't lay up at night worrying about whether we can pay that bill. And he was a little misleading, and I don't want to be aggressive here, but I wouldn't have paid him the $25, I assure you, okay? and so we go on and ask you to realize all of the numbers you've heard don't discuss family coverage. Family coverage is dropped in the district. Your teachers can't afford to cover their families here. It's brutally expensive. Switching plans sounds easy until you have a child with pediatric cancer and you're in love with the doctor and you don't want to lose her as your doctor, and that doctor may not be in that plan. The plan that's totally free, SureFit, sometimes months to get an appointment. Difficult using CVS drugstore as your primary care physician. A lot is swirling in the heads. We didn't get here because we just are stamping our feet. We got here because we don't know how to wake up at night. We don't know how to deal with this at the coffee table, the kitchen table, or pillow talk. And yes, this rate is historic, but if you look at it against inflation, we're still behind. We can take all this money, we won't be having the same purchasing power as we did 10 years ago. And we need you to navigate this. How could the same teacher group that settled every other issue, including the ones we didn't win with the magistrate, we decided in the name of peace, compromise, to not fight anything, and we're here on insurance. It is true that we did not move off insurance, but you need to know why. This was a 3-year contract. This was the last year of that contract, called a reopener, primarily because you get funded year to year by Tallahassee. And you put this in on the last day of that contract. My colleague says it's so we could enjoy the full raise, that's true, but he also knew that it would be politically easier to try to get insurance increases in while there are raises. But to the teachers, it looks crafty. It looks not like the way we teach our students. Last day of the last year of a 3-year contract to take place the next insurance year. We offered to go back to the tables early. We're back at the tables for the new full 3-year contract on March 11th, next week. We should be doing that then. Why did we also not agree? We can't afford the full brunt of this $9 million. You do have $550 million in the fund balance. You don't want to go into that all the time. I get it. You're very fiscally responsible. We like that. It's good to be guardians of the tax dollars. But let's talk about it. There's one major plan design on the cost of RXs as prescriptions will wipe some of your folks out. It may be that it's hundreds or thousands compared to the 14,000. Tell that to that teacher who's a 30-year veteran, who's held hands of kids who come in and say, my dad beat my mom last night. And we tell them, suck it up. You're only one of the minority. It's not how the 8 of you operate. It's not. And so, you know what they're doing for new teachers? No one's even told you. They're creating 2 tiers. I've been through this in the airline industry. It's debilitating. A new teacher, if you prove what's happening here, will be paying more for the exact same insurance as their colleague who started 2 years ago. And when you subtract it out, it means the actual net pay to a new teacher will be less than a new teacher right now. That's 1 year. You don't want to have 2 teachers in common planning in the 4th grade paying different amounts for the same exact health insurance. We couldn't agree to that. Not because we're obstinate, it's because we're the right teachers that you all hired. We look at it all. And so what has happened here? Inflation's killing us. Family coverage wasn't put up in, I think, a single one of those slides. I may have missed it, but there's almost no or minimal discussion of family coverage. It's critical. What did we ask you to do first? Clinton wrote email after email. Will you look at efficiencies? We thought we'd hear a collective hallelujah. You're fiscally responsible. You're good stewards. You deserve the position you hold. So we said, let's rebid this year, not next year. Our experts in Washington, we have 3,500 unions that we represent, that I'm counsel with too. We know self-insured plans. We know fully insured plans. Let's rebid this. Let's make hospitals compete. It's called capitalism. We like it. We can't get anybody to do it till 2025. We said, can we look under the hood and see, is there any other savings? There's all kinds of savings that these smart people do that are smarter than I am, and we couldn't get anyone to do it. And mind you, I want to put on the record, your staff has been excellent during this. Every single one, from finance to insurance to labor to your attorney. We don't agree on some things, but something's happened here where we can't shake the tree to get some of these things on an accelerated path. And they're looking at them. I don't want to give you the wrong perception. But on the last day of a third-year contract, $9 million on these teachers, and say, well, you're getting a big raise. The raise doesn't even keep up with inflation. And you know what broke our heart? For 4 years, you didn't give us no insurance increases. We negotiated it. And if you add up all those years that we negotiated, and then when the national average is 7% per year, 7 to 10, we're looking at a 64% collective average. Some teachers paying none, some paying much more. Why would anybody want to make all that up in 1 year? How do you take something that we built up and negotiated 5 years in a row and say, it's over? Give it all to us now. That can't be what the 8 of you think. It cannot. So we didn't get to the efficiencies. We couldn't afford the amount. You all are good negotiators. You used to be. You're in a different hat now. 64%, $8.9 million, and we were at 0. And we said, what about families? What about going to the tables early? What about declaring impasse as of a certain date? We don't want to do any more impasse hearings, but we threw that in. We asked, did you not have the funds to do that? It's called unavailability of funds formula in the law. And your counsel honestly and rightfully told the magistrate, we are not saying we cannot afford that. Please know, in the record, you took the legal position, which you needed to do, because it's almost like a bankruptcy position. So you never actually said you don't have the funds to do the $8.9 million. Now I'm going to personally and professionally ask you to give me a minute to discuss self-insured versus fully insured. No matter what happens here, if we can change that paradigm for a moment, it will help everybody. There is a myth going on here. When you get insurance like my law firm, I'm fully insured. United Healthcare, we take an envelope, we stick a check in it, we actually do it electronically, but I'm being metaphoric here. We put a stamp on it and we drop it in the mail. We pay for the employee, we pay for one member of their family, just our law firm. We're a union law firm, okay? I wish I could pay for everybody. I have a deal that whatever happens in my firm, Lucia's with us, if our insurance goes up 8, 12%, not 64, but we're eating it. And I lick that stamp, and we send the check in, fully insured from United Healthcare. You decided, as thousands of our unions and across your colleagues, to go self-insured. Now, United Healthcare has to have fund balances and reserves, because you don't want an insurance company to be broke when they have to pay for the open heart surgery. If you do it self-insured, you have the same rules. No big deal. You have to have reserves. And the vehicle you chose instead of an envelope with a stamp is a trust fund. They're mixing this up now, because when we negotiated no increase with you, thank you, and we didn't have to pay, it meant you were going to have to pay more. You can do it one of two ways. Send it in every month and put it in your budget, which you chose not to, or wait till the trust fund says we need more money. It's not a question of the trust fund being broke. Of course you have to put the money in. But because we didn't pay as workers, someone on your side, for whatever reason, I'm sure it was noble, said, oh no. And of course the premiums aren't going to cover it. If health insurance goes up 7% and you're keeping your teachers harmless, you got to put in the 7%. So you can budget it into the trust, pay it as you go, or wait till the trust comes and says, woe is me. And no disrespect, those letters are normal. We see this in no other county in the state that's self-insured where they go in and go, the sky is falling. It's not falling. It means you agreed through negotiations that we wouldn't have to pay. You have to pay more. You can do it in the budget, or you can wait till the actuary says, send me some money over. And you don't call that like a crisis. You call that the choice by which you are going to pay. And you, in essence, for lack of a better word, you ate those costs. Thank you. And it's appreciated as you appreciate what your teachers do in the classroom and in the hallways and in the counseling rooms. And so I just want to put that to rest because it's literally driving us nuts, and it makes it hard to settle. So what does it come down to? We do what we said earlier. We look for solutions. I want to practice here today. You notice all of those logistic rules and the decorum rules were probably aimed at me. And so I've heard them and taken with serious forethought. That being said, what do we do? And what we have to do is talk. We got to keep talking. And you're going to, at some point, have to use your divine wisdom to come up between 0 and 8. I'll use the percentage, the dollar amount, $8.8 million. And there will be wisdom. But take into your calculus that none of the figures have talked about family coverage, some of which are thousands more a year. So they're going to wake up and say to their spouse, can I put Billy on your Disney insurance? They're freaking out there. Some people are looking at SureFit and realizing again, as Megan will testify, 3 teachers will testify, they have to go to Walgreens or CVS for their doctor appointments. That is their doctor. Nothing wrong with Walgreens or CVS. Months to get gynecological appointments. I don't know if it's that one or another one for mammography. It's mammography. You're going to hear about it. And I apologize. There is always a better way. You've been a teacher a long time. The day we believe there's not a better way is the day someone should step out of the classroom, in my opinion, and humble as it is. And the day that we don't think there's a better way is perhaps, with all due respect, one should step off the dais. I don't know that better way. We would have figured it out. But we're not going to give up until you rule with the gavel today, or we sit in a corner of a hallway and think it through. We can't afford all of it. We can't afford to make up all these years of no increases in 1 year. We can't be afraid to hold up this boogeyman called the health trust. We can't. And so we say to you, please listen to Mr. Arnon and his presentation. You asked, and so much respect what Clinton's done in this union, and as a teacher, and all that task forces he has helped lead. He's the same person you've had so much respect for. He came here to tell you that we can't take this full brunt of this. And then you will hear from 3 of your distinguished colleagues that make you proud to sit on this school board. I'll now turn it over to to Clinton. I apologize.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Jacobs and members of the board. I first want to thank everyone who's here today. We have several community members and organizations here to show their support for our teachers. Thank you also to Congressman Frost for his statement of support yesterday, and Congressman Soto, Senator Torres, Representatives Lopez, Escamani, Harris, and Keene for their statements of support and for sending someone in their place today since they're in Tallahassee. I believe we're all here today with a shared commitment to the well-being of our educators, their families, our students, and our public education system. As the president of the Teachers Union, I'm here on behalf of the 14,000 educators to ask that this commitment be at the forefront of your decision-making today. We've been told many times by the district that the school board is 100% in agreement with the district's proposed health insurance increases. Our teachers and this community ask you today to listen with an open mind as we discuss an issue that will have a profound impact on the lives of our educators and their families, and in the end, our students. Our teachers, who pour their passion, expertise, and lives into shaping the minds of our youth, deserve to be supported and valued. They deserve for this board to be impartial throughout this hearing. Today, you will decide what increase, if any, will be imposed on teachers' insurance premiums, as well as whether proposed changes to plan design are warranted. Here's what is being proposed by the district. Increasing teachers' insurance premiums by an average of 64% in 1 year when the national average annual increase is 7%. Doubling prescription out-of-pocket maximums. Charging hundreds of dollars for a plan that is currently offered at no cost and happens to have the highest enrollment. Pushing teachers to an extreme narrow network plan that limits access to care. Creating a two-tier system where new hires would pay even more for their insurance than current employees at a time when we're trying to recruit new teachers for the many teaching vacancies we've had across the district this year. And imposing the largest increases on families, leaving some educators to question their ability to support themselves, and others whether they can afford to have children. We urge you to please reject these increases. They are simply not affordable for teachers and their families, many of whom already have very serious financial constraints as it is. We know that the district believes the agreed-upon salaries justify this huge insurance hike. But the wage increases are necessary just to keep teachers afloat and allow them to keep teaching here. Teachers' raises have not kept up with the skyrocketing costs in Orange County. This salary increase, while appreciated, unfortunately doesn't even get teachers the same spending power that they had in 2018. We know that you have been told that the proposed insurance increases are minimal. I assure you they are not minimal to our many teachers who lay up at night thinking of how they're going to make it to their next paycheck. These increases are actually huge. The reality is that the district is trying to push through years of insurance increases in one single year. I don't think this fact is disputed. The district has consistently pointed to the years of no premium increases as grounds for its proposal. The question is whether this board thinks it's right to force years of increases on teachers all at once. Teachers bargained for no health insurance increases, taking lower raises along the way. Clawing back years of agreements is an affront to teachers and the process. How can teachers trust the bargaining process if they never know when a deal will be backed out of? We don't disagree that there may be a healthcare cost issue that needs to be addressed, but the district for some reason wants you to believe that the only solution is to increase teachers' insurance premiums by amounts that most employers spread out over a decade. It's just not true, and the teachers are so disillusioned that the board appears to have accepted this as the only option without looking at alternatives. I want to remind you that with an open mind, it's possible to accomplish things that once seemed unattainable. For example, for years the board was misled into thinking that it could not provide percentage-based increases, even though the failure to do so was causing severe salary compression for our educators. A lot of damage could have been avoided if the board had listened to teachers and seen past what it was being told by others. We think that the board is being similarly misled when it comes to health insurance, and a lot of damage can be avoided if you get this right today. CTA has reached out in search of a solution and has been shut out. The union offered to sit down with healthcare experts and try to find resolutions and cost-saving alternatives. We've suggested putting the plan out to bid, exploring direct contracting with hospitals, exploring stop-loss insurance at different levels of coverage, and many others. But instead, the district insisted these increases have to be forced on teachers now. The union asked for this issue to be taken to the Joint Fringe Benefits Committee at the proper time. It was not. Since the proposed increases are really for next school year, the union offered to come to the table early to discuss health insurance for 24-25. The district refused and instead declared impasse, thereby holding this year's wage increases hostage for thousands of teachers. OCPS has been insistent on this huge increase without searching for less painful options and has rejected any sort of dialogue along the way. Let's review some of the ways in which teachers have been disappointed in this process. Salary increases have been held hostage as the district insists on imposing massive insurance increases for a year that is not even properly part of these negotiations. The district has spread misinformation to downplay and justify its unjustifiable insurance position. The district's proposal fails to honor years of agreements to not raise teachers' insurance premiums, undoing all of those promises and imposing multiple increases all at once. This hearing itself was scheduled for a time when teachers can't even be here. We had nearly 2,000 teachers who told us they wanted to attend today. The district couldn't even give them that. Our teachers would have said volumes by their mere presence in this room without ever going to a microphone. It is crucial to consider the broader implications of your decision today. A continued disregard for the concerns of our educators will erode morale and trust, further decrease teacher retention of our most experienced and qualified teachers, and make it even more difficult to recruit new teachers for the many vacancies across the district. I want to reiterate that on numerous occasions, the district let us know that every one of you was in full support of these proposed health insurance hikes. My hope today is that you will hear our presentation with an open mind, that you will approach your role as impartial decision makers honestly and seriously. Today is an opportunity for you to rebuild trust and restore faith in this system. Please don't let our teachers down.
Mr. Arnon?
Yes, I'm just going to ask that we get the slide deck up, please. Good morning.
Morning.
So I was actually at a meeting in New York City a couple weeks ago, and someone came up to me and said, "Have you heard about the 64% increase in Orange County?" And I said, "I might have heard something about it." I mean, it was kind of surprising to me. So I'm really happy to be here with you today, and I want to thank you for approaching this with an open mind and open ears. I hope that I've established myself as someone credible on some of these issues. I know Mr. Mandel thinks I'm credible by the number of times he quoted me. So I want to start just with some basic groundwork. So the first thing is just reviewing what are the plans available, because we're going to come back to this several times throughout. I want to make sure that we understand what is Plan A, Plan B, Plan C, Plan D. So Plan A is the narrow local network plan, has no out-of-network coverage. That's where most of your educators are enrolled. All right. Plan B is a high deductible plan with out-of-network coverage, has an HRA attached to it, far fewer educators enrolled. And then Plan C is probably the most generous of the three plans. It's an EPO, an exclusive provider network with no out-of-network coverage. And then Plan D is a very narrow network with no out-of-network coverage. And one of the distinguishing features of this plan is that you need a primary care physician to get a referral to see a specialist, except for OBGYN. So that's an important thing to hold on to. And between Plan A and C, that's 97% of all educators. That's the overwhelming share of teachers and educators are in those two plans. So the second thing is just kind of getting our facts straight about what is the breakdown between employee-only coverage and dependent coverage. Based on the enrollment data I have, it breaks down about 60-40. So, you might get the impression sometimes that, they're working for OCPS is a bunch of single teachers. That's not the case. About 40% of your teachers have some form of dependent coverage if they take coverage. And then the other 60% are employee-only. So again, just try to keep this in mind as we're going through this, because we're going to talk about the differential impact of the district's proposal on employee-only and on dependent. So the next thing to get out here is just, what is the proposal? For every plan, for every coverage tier, this shows you what the rate was in 23-24, what the rate is in 24-25, and then what the dollar increase is, and then what the percentage increase is for each plan and coverage tier. So you can see, that it does vary, both in dollar terms and in percentages. The impacts tend to be larger in dollar terms for those with dependent coverage, and in percentage terms, it tends to be bigger for those with employee-only coverage. We'll go back to this point again, but just pointing out at the bottom that the national average increase, according to the Kaiser Family Foundation, is 7%. So much has been made of this 64% figure. It's been described as misleading. It was described in the post-hearing brief as effectively a lie. It is not a lie. It is pretty basic math. What we're doing again, and Mr. Mandel, I think, did a very good job describing it, is that we took the total contributions made by all educators in the group, which amounts to about $13.8 million this year, and then we said, well, with these proposed changes, what is the overall contributions by educators in the following year? And so then it goes up to like 22.6 or so. So that's an $8.8 million increase. That's what we're talking about today, is that how much of that $8.8 million are you all going to decide should remain as part of this deal? And just to show you, some of the math behind it, I don't think we need to spend a lot of time on this. This just shows for each coverage tier how much is contributed by employee only, employee plus spouse, employee plus children. And again, that's how you get to that 64% figure. So it is, I don't think it's misleading. It's been suggested a couple times that it's misleading because it assumes that everybody has a 64% increase. I've heard that in press statements and in some other statements by the district. And, I think the simplest way to get your head around this is if I told you that the Orlando Magic scored 100 points per game, you wouldn't tell me that that's misleading because it assumes that they score 100 points every game. You would understand that average describes sort of the general situation, not necessarily every single instance. And to put it in perspective, how big of an increase this is, the 64%, I looked not only at Kaiser Family Foundation, but I looked at Mercer, which is a very well-regarded consulting firm, and the International Foundation of Employee Benefit Plans. They basically all agree that in 23 and 24, that the increase nationally, the average increase is about 7% for healthcare costs for employer-sponsored insurance. So, you just put that side by side, it's sort of hard to not draw the conclusion that the district is trying to claw back many years of previous agreements made with CTA to not raise contributions. And the district has even admitted that the way that they come up with that, if you remember that 19.5% figure, that was what was applied to the total premium. They came up with the 19.5 by adding together medical inflation over 3 years. So, there's kind of an admission in a way that it is really an attempt to claw back agreements previously made with CTA. All right, so now that's just some of the basic facts. And what I'd like to do now is just kind of go through, as clear as I can, some of the district's arguments about why this increase is needed. So the first one I am calling the mirror on the wall argument, which is the health insurance increases aren't that bad for educators. The amounts just aren't that high. And what we've seen time and again is that it misrepresents the higher costs on educators with dependents. You heard Mark and Clinton talk about that. The second piece is that it treats new hires as second-class educators who have even higher healthcare costs. And then the third piece of this is that it downplays how the no-cost option, that's Plan D, SureFit, for employee-only coverage offers really a substandard access to care. I'm going to get into each of these, but just to kind of lay it out for you, before we get into it. The second argument is that the financial conditions leave no choice but to increase costs for educators. This is the sitting on a powder keg argument. So The primary problems with this is that it proposes health insurance increases that surpass even spending in the trust. If you look at growth in trust spending, it wasn't 64% from 22 to 23. It was a far less amount. It fails to address the root cause of one of the funding issues, which I want to spend a little bit of time on. This is, to me, one of the most alarming parts of the district's proposal. And then the third part of this is that it ignores how the general and fund balance reach historic highs in fiscal year 2023. And finally, the last argument is that the salary increase more than offsets the increases to health insurance. This is the nothing burger argument. I mean, what are we even arguing about here? The average $5,400 raise more than covers the increase to health insurance, so there should be no issue. And what we want to talk about is that it really fails to recognize the impact that inflation has had on educators' standard of living. So we're going to take each of these in turn. This is the first argument. The health insurance increases aren't that bad. So, this disagreement has played out not only at the bargaining table, but there has been a public component of this. And you can just see here from a screenshot of OCPS on Facebook where they were describing, actually disagreeing with one of our teachers' characterizations of the proposal. And they said, actually, the increase is only between 0 and 646 annually for employee coverage. Employee-only coverage is what they meant, with payment not beginning until September 2024. And then the second part, all plans would see a significant reduction in co-payments for primary care physicians, along with reduced out-of-pocket maximums for in-network coverage. All of that is technically true, but it is a half-truth. It only shows you part of the impact of this proposal. In a press conference by Superintendent Vasquez, there was a similar statement made. Allow me to provide some clarity. With the district assuming the majority of this increase, employee-only premiums would range from 0 to 646 annually, depending on the plan chosen by the employee. If you go to the district's website, and you're a teacher trying to figure out what is the impact of this proposal, there was an FAQ on the district's website. It says, how much will the increase in health benefits cost me? And there's a table under that question. And you will notice that in that table, it only shows 2 coverage tiers, employee only, and then for some reason, half family. But it leaves out employee plus children, employee plus spouse, and employee plus family. Again, this is the mirror on the wall. We're only getting reflected a partial view of this proposal. And this slide shows you for each of the plans, so you can see they're just in the 4 quadrants, Plan A, Plan B, C, and D. The blue bar is the increase in employee only, and the orange bars are the increases for those with dependent coverage. And you can see it. This is dollar terms. Put aside the 64%. We're not talking about this. This is just straight dollar terms per year. And I know it's been described many times as per paycheck, which sort of minimizes the amount. But really, if you're looking at salary versus your health insurance contribution, in your head, you're like, I make $55,000 a year. I'm paying $3,500. That's kind of the math that people are doing. I don't know that most people make budgets around their pay period, maybe monthly, right? But not per pay period. So I think this one speaks for itself. The increases are much larger for those with dependents, and as I mentioned earlier, that's 40% of the unit. I'm not sure if this was a mistake or purposeful, but the district's description of the extent of dependent coverage in their post-hearing brief to the special magistrate, again, understates the scope of dependent coverage. It says that only 267 CTA employees, or 2.26% of CTA employees enrolled in the district's health insurance have Plan B or C dependent coverage. That is not true. You can see from this table, which shows the breakdown in enrollment for every plan and coverage tier, Plan B and C have well over 900 CTA employees with dependent coverage. And across all 4 plans, we're looking at 4,500. That's a large share of about 11,800 CTA employees enrolled with district coverage. So I also want to talk about the impact on new hires. And in my mind, this is honestly one of the most puzzling aspects of the district's proposal on health insurance. But before I get to that piece of it, we just need to keep a couple things in mind. The first thing is that the average 9% salary increase does not apply to new hires, all right? It only applies to current employees. It's very important to keep that piece in mind. The second thing is that the starting teacher salary would increase from $48,400 to $49,368. That's a 2% increase. So when we getting back to that argument about how the salary increases are more than paying for the increase to health insurance, that's not exactly true when it comes to new hires. So let's just take a quick look at what happens with their proposal. So they're unequal and higher costs for new hires. So a new educator who enrolls in Plan A is going to pay triple what a current employees pay for employee-only coverage. Triple. Plan B and C, employees who enroll in Plan B and C will pay 50% more than what current employees pay for employee-only coverage. I will note, it's not on the slide, Plan D is 0 for both groups, for current employees and for new hires, if I have that correct. And then going to the next slide, this just shows you in plain dollars what is the increase from 23-24 to 24-25 for a new hire. Just to give you an example, like I said, the Plan A employee only for current employees, the increase is $545 per year. All right? So for new employees, Plan A employee only, it's $1,759. There may be an issue with this Plan B thing here, so just I would say ignore the negative number. I think some of the data was misreported. But overall, for every category, with the exception of Plan D employee only, there's a substantial increase for new hires, even over and above what is being proposed for current employees. Now let's just take an example. All right? I think this just makes it as simple as possible. So a new teacher in 24-25 would be worse off than a new teacher in 23-24. Mark talked about this. After you take out, well, first of all, you add in the 2%, right, from 23-24 on to salary to 24-25. This year, a new teacher would pay 0 towards their employee-only coverage in Plan A. Starting next year, a new teacher who received, the starting salary went up 2% would pay $1,759 per year. That results in a decrease in net take-home pay for a new teacher starting next year. That's just the facts. Now, it varies depending on which coverage tier you're talking about, but it's true across all of them except for Plan D employee only, as far as I can tell. And the reason why this is so puzzling to me is that there's a nationwide teacher shortage, an educator shortage, but there's also a shortage in Orange County. And there's a lot of different ways to describe the extent of the shortage, but the most reliable way to describe it in some ways is the amount spent on substitutes. That tells you you have a need to fill the classroom. If you're spending money on more substitutes, that means you don't have a permanent teacher in that classroom. And you can see from fiscal year 21 to 23 that spending on substitutes nearly tripled. And there's about $20 million in savings if you can return to essentially pre-pandemic levels of substitute costs. That's annually. Went from $12 million per year to $34 million per year. I've heard the district say in response to this, because they've seen this slide before, that a large part of it was caused by the pandemic, which may be true, but I've asked for this data in many districts. I work with dozens of districts per year across the country, and I have not seen an increase quite this large anywhere else. I don't think we need to spend a lot of time on this because I think the district did a good job describing the out-of-pocket cost impact. But again, just noting that in some communications, it was said that, your co-payment's going down for primary care, your out-of-pocket maximum is going down for medical, and then there was really no mention of the impact on RX, on pharmacy costs. And as I was quoted, there are winners and losers in this. And I think it's important to be transparent about it. And so I'm just putting it up there for that reason. So I think we need to talk about Plan D. And the reason we need to talk about Plan D is that it has been presented as if it is somehow equivalent to the other plans. Don't worry, your increases are going up in all your plans, but there's still a no-cost option. And then no other detail is provided. So just to go back again to Plan D, it's an extremely narrow network, and you need a referral from a primary care physician. Right now, there's only 157 CTA educators currently enrolled in Plan D employee-only coverage. It's only been available for about a year or so that's part of it. But honestly, I think part of it is that it is very substandard benefit levels. And unlike all the other plans, you need a primary care physician for those referrals. It's an HMO style plan. So your access to a primary care physician is extremely important for your access to benefits. If you don't have a PCP, you really don't have anything else, right? And so I just took a look. I went to the Cigna website. They have their provider directory, and you can kind of play around with it, pick a plan, pick a area. I just picked the Orlando area, and I was comparing Plan A to Plan D. How many primary care physicians are available in the Orlando area? Plan A, there were 104. Again, Plan A doesn't require a PCP referral. Plan D, which requires a PCP referral, had half as many. Same area. And so you're going to hear from some of our teachers in a little bit how this has played out in their lives, because if you can't get access to that primary care physician, what good are your benefits to you? So I just want to make it clear that it's not as if these plans are apples to apples. So now I want to turn your attention to the second argument, that the financial conditions leave us no other choice. I would imagine for all of you that this probably is looming the largest in your minds, understandably. You have a responsibility not just to take care of the finances in the district for this year, but for the next 5 years, 10 years. I completely understand that, but I want to provide some additional context that I think is important for considering how the proposal, 64%, $8.8 million, compares to what's happening inside the trust. This comes directly from the trustee report from January of this year, and what it shows, those blue, the blue dot is really what you want to look at. Don't worry so much about the other colors. The blue dot shows you like the per member per month spending on claims across all plans. This is the whole trust. The reason why we look at per member per month is that it takes out the effects of enrollment. You could have a plan that has lower expenditures, but it's not maybe actuarially sound because a lot of people are leaving the plan and it's spending less, even though its per member per month cost is going up. So that's why we look at per member per month. That kind of controls for the impact of enrollment. And if you look at the increase from 22 to 23, it's an 8.6% increase from 22 to 23. So spending in the trust only went up 8.6%, and yet we were faced with a 64% increased proposal to premium contributions for educators. Should have done that earlier. So the other way to look at it, like I was saying, you can look at per member per month, or you can look at plan expenditures too. Not per member per month, just total spending. And if you look at the last 4 years from 2019-20 to 22-23, it went up 7.2%. Over that time period. So again, nowhere near, we're not getting anything close to 64%. So the proposal is shifting more and more costs onto educators. And by the way, you may compare favorably to some surrounding districts, but your dependent coverage is already very expensive. It just is. I see dependent costs all across the country. It's extremely expensive. And what has happened in your plan, if you look even deeper into the trustee report, is that educators are fleeing coverage. Now, this would make sense if you were a district where enrollment was going down, which it's not. Congratulations. That's great news. A lot of urban districts are seeing enrollment go down. Your enrollment's going up. Your FTEs going up as well. And yet the number of employees electing to take coverage with the district has gone down about 3,000 from 2019-20 to 22-23. And if you dig even deeper and you ask yourself, who is leaving coverage? Well, it's not people with employee-only coverage. Employee-only coverage, this is from 21 to 23. The number of this is employees, I think, district-wide. The number of employee-only employees went up 12% over that period. All dependent categories went down. Employee plus spouse, employee plus children, employee plus family. I've heard this anecdotally from some of our educators that I've had the pleasure of talking with about this issue. They're dropping coverage. And there's no doubt in my mind that even more will drop coverage if this proposal as it is accepted. You know, to get back to something that Mark was talking about, in my mind, you want a solution that fits the problem. And if you look at where the problem is in the trust, it is not across all plans. And this shows you basically the gain or loss for Plan A, Plan B, Plan C, and Plan D. Plan A is doing very well, meaning that revenues are surpassing expenses. Plan B, break even. We'll call Plan D break even too. Plan C is not break even. And so that's why this is titled a sledgehammer instead of a scalpel, because what you're doing is you're increasing costs for every plan, even though one of the plans is responsible for a large share of the losses. I'm not suggesting that you get rid of that plan. I'm not even suggesting that you change it, but we all along have wanted to work collaboratively with the district to find a solution that fit the problem. And this just shows you that the proposal really doesn't address the problem at all, or it does in a very roundabout way. One of the pieces of information that we did not have at the time of the special magistrate hearing was the fiscal year 2023 audited financial statement. We do have that now. It came out a month or so ago. And what's important to understand is that for a variety of reasons, funding for the trust has leaned on premium contributions, and then it's leaned on transfers from the general fund. The general fund transfers have sort of picked up for the contributions that have been flat over time. You know, that makes sense. But it is one pot of money, and you are self-insured, and it's almost a semantic issue to some extent, whether it's called a premium contribution or whether it's called a transfer into the trust. But based on some of the descriptions about how much in transfers from the general fund have come into the trust, you might have been left with the mistaken impression that the general fund is broke. And I know there's some headwinds coming up in the next couple of fiscal years, but the general fund balance in 2023 is the highest it's been in the last 6 years. It topped $500 million. That is including revenues, expenditures, and other financing sources. One of those other financing sources is the transfers into the trust. I think it was like $29–30 million from the general fund in 2023. And there was some additional amount that came from the ESSER fund. All right, the third argument offered by the district. The salary increase more than offsets the increases to health insurance. In my mind, the main problem with this argument is that it presents a very simplistic view of how money works. The salary increase number is bigger than the health insurance increase number, and therefore people should be happy overall with their compensation package. But that's not exactly how money works. And everyone in this room understands that over the last 4 or 5 years, that inflation has really shaped our lives in ways big and small. And what this chart shows you is the impact or the difference between inflation, which is the pink line, and the increase in the average OCPS teacher salary from 2018-19 to 2023-24. And what it shows is that inflation has increased at more than twice the rate than the increase in the average teacher salary at OCPS. And so what I did is I looked at, well, what has been the impact on the purchasing power of teachers? So in 2018-2019, the average teacher salary was $48,146. You fast forward a few years later to 2023-24, and you adjust for inflation. Happy to provide more detail on this. I'll spare you the boring parts of this. The average teacher salary on an inflation-adjusted basis is $41,880. I am noting that in that year, that does not include a salary increase because we are where we are right now, right? There hasn't been one for 23-24. But that's a loss of $6,000 in purchasing power. Anytime, another way to put this is anytime your expenses are going up faster than your salary or your income, that's a loss in your standard of living. And this, I think, reflects the lived experience of teachers. And so when you tell them that the salary increase is paying for their health insurance increase and everything is fine, it sort of ignores the bigger picture of what's happened over the last few years. And so what does the raise do? The raise is a wonderful start. It is. It reverses the downward trend. There was a downward trend in purchasing power, but even after you add in that 9% raise in 23-24, which I did in that last bar, a little darker, hard to see up on the big screen, it raises the average salary on an inflation-adjusted basis to $46,263. Great improvement. Everybody should be proud of themselves about that fact, but it still doesn't bring them back to where they were in purchasing power terms in 2018-2019. So those are just the facts. And then you add on the increase to health insurance, well, it makes matters worse, and it's like throwing gasoline on a fire in some respects. So perhaps to a fault, I am somebody who honestly believes to my core in compromise. I have a lot of friends, to be honest, who are superintendents, CFOs, even a few board members. And I've been able, I think, many times to reach compromises. And as Clinton and Mark talked about, there is a lot of real estate between the $0 that we're proposing with some of the efforts to find savings in the plan and the $8.8 million increase that is being proposed by the district. I really believe that if the district's experts got together with our experts, that we could find a solution for you all to consider seriously that can help get the trust in a position where you feel comfortable and doesn't pass on drastic increases to educators. So I really welcome that opportunity if you think that's the right course of action. I have, called this the compromise. I was just kind of looking at the math and called this the compromise ratio. So in my mind, the compromise ratio, this is kind of a nerdy thing, but if it's $8.8 million and the compromise ratio is 50%, that would mean our cost would be 4.4, right? If it's 2.2, then the ratio is 25%. So I've started to look at some options, and I hope that you will consider them.
I don't think you're on, but the mic is very sensitive, so you'll need to lean in close. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Sorry. Thank you. I'm Stephanie Schnettler. I currently teach both middle school science and Project Lead the Way, which is this. Sorry. I'll start over. Dear school board members, I'm Stephanie Schnettler. I currently teach middle school science and Project Lead the Way, which is a STEM elective. I am before you today as a dedicated educator who has served Orange County for 19 years. In my nearly 2 decades of teaching, I have witnessed the struggles and sacrifices of myself and my colleagues in order to fulfill our duty to educate the children of our community. Today, I come to you to discuss the proposed health increases that directly impact not only my livelihood, but my ability to provide for my family. The proposed countywide raise may seem like a step in the right direction, but when coupled with the proposed insurance increases, for individuals like myself, it comes with significant consequences. Not only would my insurance premiums go up by over $1,000 a year, but my pharmacy out-of-pocket maximum would double to $8,000 a year. As a teacher with a disabled husband whom I support and several health issues of my own, the proposed increase of insurance premiums would place an unbearable burden on my already strained finances. Any benefit gained from the raise would quickly be nullified by the exorbitant increase in insurance and healthcare cost. I've never found my salary to be competitive with the cost of living in Orlando. I have always had to take on extra duties such as tutoring, summer work, and often second jobs outside of OCPS. Despite my years of dedication and hard work, I continue to struggle to make ends meet. I urge you to consider the real-life implication of this proposed insurance increase. While it may seem like a small adjustment to you on paper, for individuals like myself, it could mean the difference between financial stability and perpetual struggle. As stewards of the educational system, it's your responsibility to ensure that educators are fairly compensated for their hard work and their dedication. I implore you to reject this insurance increase and instead work towards solutions that uplift and support all members of our educational community. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Good afternoon. Sure. My name is Megan Oates. I have been a teacher in Orange County Public Schools since 2002. I'm here to express my concern about the proposed change that would leave SureFit as the only no-cost plan for employees. I currently have SureFit as my plan and am very disappointed. Because I am on this plan, during the 2022-2023 plan year, I was not able to go to a primary doctor or gynecologist. When I called the office number on my insurance card to set up an appointment with the PCP doctor listed, the phone number was to an office that did not employ that doctor, nor did that office participate in the SureFit plan. Thus began my frustrating search for a primary care doctor and gynecologist. I visited the Cigna website and began calling the doctors listed in the directory. Numerous offices said they did not participate in the plan even though they were listed. And then of those offices that did participate, a numerous amount of them were not taking new patients. I finally was able to schedule an appointment with a PCP operating out of Walgreens. This delay in finding network doctors meant I did not see a PCP or have a mammogram for over a year, even though I am in a high-risk category. Likewise, my gynecologist appointment was 6 months overdue. I've now received this letter that the PCP I finally found will be closing all of their practices in the Orlando area. I am supposed to transfer my records before they close, but I have not been able to find a new primary care physician to do so. Even though I was not excited about going to Walgreens as my doctor, I'd rather have stayed with them than to have to conduct this hunt again. It should not take months to be able to find a doctor. What's more, the network is so narrow that the gynecologist I found is located very far away from my house and work site. I have no clue where I will have to drive to find a primary doctor. Our employees live all over Central Florida, with many living outside of Orange County because they cannot afford to live here. At my school alone, teachers live in Osceola, Polk, Lake, Volusia, Brevard, and Seminole. My head and heart hurt thinking about how many employees and families will be forced to this plan because they cannot afford the proposed insurance premium hikes. I had an extremely difficult time finding care as one healthy adult. I can only imagine trying to find providers if you have medical issues, or if you're trying to find a practice that has space to accommodate an entire family. It seems like we will essentially uninsure our employees through a lack of providers. Or they will be pushed to using walk-in services in the ER as their primary care and basic medical needs, which of course we know will drive up the cost of our plans. If sure fit is the only free option, I predict a sure fail in providing primary care to employees and their families.
My name is Sasha. Thank you. My name is Sasha Wallace. I teach 9th grade ELA and ACE General Paper. I'm an OCPS alumna, teaching at the same high school I graduated from in 2011. I'm also a 2-time Teacher of the Year, 1-time Mentor of the Year, and as of last night, an outstanding OCPS Volunteer of the Year. I'm here today because I've met and spoken with some of you. Member Byrd, Chair Jacobs, you treated me with kindness and respect. I'm hopeful and encouraged you will hear me today. Since I was in kindergarten at Dream Lake, I wanted to be a teacher. Not many people get to say they have their dream job. I'm lucky, and I know it. But if I'm being honest, being a teacher is not easy right now. It is downright painfully unaffordable. In 2023, I had a son, my first, a healthy baby boy named Atlas. He holds up my world, hence the name for any Greek mythology buffs in here. This should have been the happiest time of my life, but instead I was riddled with fear, paperwork, and unexpected medical bills. As I hold my son during the many sleepless nights that come with an infant, I wonder if I can afford to stay in the profession that I love. I've been a teacher for almost a decade. My current salary is just over $51K before taxes. I don't think I need to tell you how hard it is to stretch that salary in Orange County. These days, even going to the grocery store sets me back triple digits, and I scrimp and coupon. Housing costs have skyrocketed. Formula is expensive. Diapers are expensive. Hospital bills you weren't expecting 11 months after your baby was born are expensive. Insurance, picking and choosing what to cover is really expensive. Not having any sort of paid maternity leave, that was expensive. I have not contributed to my savings in years. I am a college-educated professional, but I live paycheck to paycheck. I cannot afford to pay almost double for my and my son's insurance, which is what is being proposed for the plan I'm on. For many of my colleagues, those increases are even higher. I've heard the reasoning that our raises will offset this, but after taxes, it ends up being a decent enough chunk to make us not only feel slighted, but despondent. It's so hard not to become desensitized to emails from my colleagues leaving the district, moving back in with their parents, getting second jobs at Publix and Cracker Barrel, selling their homes and possessions to make ends meet. Raising insurance will cause irreparable harm to teachers who, let's face it, are already amongst the most vulnerable members of society. Inflation is outpacing wages. We are drowning here, and there isn't time to deliberate about whether or not a lifeline should be thrown. We need your support more than ever. School board, you have an opportunity to show teachers that you haven't forgotten about us, that we aren't chess pieces in an unbreakable stalemate, that we matter. I'm a teacher. I can't picture being anything else. It is the biggest dream I ever had come true. It is an unparalleled privilege that I get to live out every single day. But I can barely afford my dream anymore, and neither can my colleagues, some of the best educators I've encountered. The saying goes, if you want the best, you have to offer the best. I ask the district, is this offer truly the best that you can do? The poet W.B. Yeats said it best, but I, being poor, have only my dreams. I have spread my dreams under your feet. Tread softly, because you tread on my dreams. School board, please do the right thing. And tread softly, because it isn't just my dreams on the line. Thank you.
With that, we'll reserve the extra 12 minutes to our already reserved time. And we thank you so very much.
All right, thank you. Thank you for the presentation and the testimony. Mr. Mandel, are you ready to proceed? If you can figure out the mics, you're better than we are.
There you go. There seems to be a delay in turning it back on. Could I ask for a quick restroom break?
Absolutely, yeah. We'll be back at 12:30 by the clock on the back,
Thank you.
which is 8 minutes. Does that work? Okay, all right. back in session. We are going to pick up with rebuttals. We have 14 minutes left from the 60 minutes on the district's time, plus 30 minutes that were reserved for rebuttal, so that it would be 44 minutes. CTA, we have 12 minutes and 20 seconds left of the 80 minutes, plus 10 minutes reserved, that would be 22.20 minutes. Mr. Mandel, are you ready?
Yes, Chair, I am.
All right.
Thank you. I'd just like to go through initially some of the statements from Mr. Richard. I very, very much appreciate the fact that Mr. Richard and even Mr. Arnhem came here today and said, hey, let's work out a compromise. My question is, where were these folks? Where were these folks when we sat in 6 bargaining sessions and asked them to address health insurance? Where were these folks since August when we declared impasse? It's been 7 months. Sitting here listening to the presentation today, you would think that during that 7-month period of time that they came to us and said, hey, let's sit down and do something between 0 and $8.8 million. They didn't say that at the special magistrate hearing. In fact, at the special magistrate hearing, if any of you have read the transcript of it, you know their position was no, nothing. So to come here today and now say to you, board, you need to strike a compromise is wrong. Compromises happen at the bargaining table so they can be fully vetted, so that they can be costed out, so that the impact of them can be determined throughout the because keep in mind, what we do with CTA impacts every other employee group. And honestly, I think it's a little bit unfair for somebody to suggest to you that you should create some kind of compromise on the fly without any data in front of you. So the other thing that I want to point out along those lines, and if we can hand out those emails. Okay. I gave them to Mark. I gave them. Come on, my time. I can't because I can't copy these. So Mr. McCracken told you that we didn't go through joint benefits committee or a joint fringe benefit committee to address any of these concerns. On September 15th, there was a meeting between Ms. Blackmore, Ms. Presser, Mr. McCracken, and Mr. Arnone. Or I'm sorry, it was Maribel. I apologize, Maribel. And at that meeting, we said, hey, let's go to joint fringe benefit committee. Didn't get a response to it. So as you see, October 12th, 2023, we offered to go to joint benefit committee with this. We got no response to it. So we followed up then in November 10th. Again, hey, I want to follow up on reconvening joint committee. We had every opportunity in the intervening time from September 15th to the present, to take this to joint committee. We wanted to. It was the union that didn't want to. We have always been willing to sit down and discuss any of this. But here's the reality of the situation. And I'm not suggesting in any way that the union's concerns regarding dependent coverage are insincere. But if they were that significant, why wouldn't you come to the bargaining table at any point in time, or come to us at any point in time after the declaration of impasse and say, hey, look, can't we do something for this group of folks? Can we trade something off? Can we move something? No, nothing, nada. So to present it to you all as we weren't willing to do something is disingenuous, because we never had the chance to do anything. They told us no, and they continue to tell us no up until today. So I just wanted to make sure that the record was clear with respect to that. The other thing is that at the special magistrate hearing, Mr. Richard did mention this years of deals where they agreed to take less in salary in exchange for the health insurance premiums remaining stable. He didn't present any evidence of that. He didn't present any evidence of that today. We are not aware of a single time where that type of agreement was presented at the bargaining table. And if need be, I have Leanne Blackmore, who has sat through the negotiations for the last umpteen years, to tell you that has not come up at the bargaining table. But and look at what's happened over the course of the last 3 years. So the union's position is that, oh, we're willing to trade off pay increases to keep the health insurance costs down. So what happened this year? They went to impasse over a 10.47% increase. They didn't come to us at the bargaining table and say, hey, look, if you don't do the premium increases, or if you do less for the premium increases, we'll take less for the salary increases. No, they came to the bargaining table and said, we want the 10.47% increase plus no health insurance. So there was no bargain this year. How about last year? I was at the bargaining table. That was never a topic of discussion at the bargaining table. Union came in, said, this is what we want. We said, hey, great, we'll give you a little more. And we resolved that. I've listened to all 2 days worth of the impasse resolution hearing back for 21-22, and I've read all of the post-hearing briefs, and I don't see anywhere in there where there was any discussion of health insurance premium increases. Again, there was no deal there to keep the health insurance increases low for less salary. In fact, if you remember, the union went to impasse over more in salary. So I hear their words, but their actions don't comport to their words in that regard. The union is correct. Both Mr. Richard and Mr. McCracken are correct that they have suggested to us that we rebid the health insurance. They've also suggested to us that we meet with their health insurance expert. We did. As I mentioned before, we met with him. He thought we had a really, really good plan and we were doing really, really good things. So what did he come up with? What was his creative idea to address the issues that we've discussed here today? Go out and bid. Okay, so we're going to go out and bid, and we are potentially on the hook for at least $65 million for 24-25 in additional transfers into the trust. What's it going to save us? I mean, you could save $20 or $30 million. Okay, fine. What do we do with the remaining numbers? Those remaining numbers are going to have to be addressed somehow. And I think it's pretty clear the only way you address that is by increasing the amount of money that goes into the trust by way of premiums. And that's the reason why we are addressing the issue of premiums in this case. Now, one of the other things that Mr. Richard and Ms. Kraken said is, hey, we just want to sit down and get under the hood on this, to figure out what's really going on. Well, in October of 23, the union made a pretty comprehensive request for information regarding the health insurance. And we turned over every piece of paper that they wanted. And they had every opportunity to take that to their health care expert and evaluate it and get under the hood. And if there were things that were missing that they needed, all they had to do was turn around and ask us for it. We've never tried to hide anything from them. I suggest to you that the reason why they didn't do any of that is because this offer to delay consideration of health insurance changes until fiscal year 24-25 is a way of delaying it. And why do I say that? It is because each of the last times that we have come to the bargaining table to make health insurance changes, it's exactly what happened. When we came with premium increases, it was delayed for a year. When we came with plan design changes, the Impasse, it was delayed a year. Here's the thing. We cannot afford to delay it a year. And we can't afford to take the risk, to roll the dice that we are going to convince the health insurance providers and the hospitals to give us the same level of coverage for $40, $50, or $60 million less. It's not realistic. And if we gamble wrong, then we're talking about cutting programs and we're talking about laying off staff. And not a single person in this room wants to do that. And again, it's not a threat. You all know the numbers. You know, this is a very unique situation, and Mr. Richard mentioned before about how Impasse is resolved in the public sector in Florida. And every other state in the nation, you go to binding arbitration, an arbitrator, total neutral, somebody that knows nothing about you all, makes a final binding decision. But the Florida legislature said, no, we don't want that. We want the people that have the knowledge regarding the fiscal position of the employer to be able to make the determination going forward. And while you are required to act in an unbiased way, you're not required to have collective amnesia. And I think everybody sitting here understands where we are from a budgetary standpoint. And I, again, appreciate Mr. Arnaud's recitation of the impacts and including inflation. But none of it changes our financial situation. None of that gets us the $65 million that we have to pay. It surely doesn't get us in 24-25. It surely doesn't get us the $43 million in additional trust transfers that we have to pay for this year. That is totally unavoidable. And I think it's important to understand, though, you know, with respect to this issue of inflation, inflation is something that cuts both ways, because just like the employees have been hurt in their buying power by inflation, we have been hurt just as well. And one of the things that Mr. Arnaud didn't do in his presentation is when he put his numbers up, they weren't inflation adjusted. And what am I talking about? In fiscal year 23-24, the money that we generated from the FEFP plus the additional $1 mil came out to be $1,177 less per student than the CPI. That equates to us receiving approximately $240 million less than needed to keep pace with CPI. So the CPI increase is hurting us just as well and is having an impact upon how much money we can spend and how much we can pay the teachers. I'd like to ask Doreen to talk a little bit about the fund balance, given that Mr. Arnaud raised that issue.
Good afternoon, Board.
Excuse me, Jeff, are you going to go back to that slide? Can we go back to that slide?
No, just talk about it.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, Board. The district has always maintained adequate levels of fund balance to mitigate current and future risks. We've been very transparent that the temporary infusion of federal dollars has afforded the district the opportunity to shift select expenses directly related to the pandemic from the operating budget to ESSER. This has provided an increase in the fund balance, which has allowed us to make the transfers that we have made. The current year trust transfer has been set aside in assigned fund balance, $42.5 million. The fronted 3% of the current salary proposal is set aside in fund balance at $48.6 million. These two amount to $91.1 million. We also have to account for the dollar set aside for the Disney litigation with the property appraiser. Currently, $86 million is in our fund balance for repayment of whatever the results are of that litigation. And finally, OPEB, other post-employment benefits. We are required to set aside that liability, and OPEB is an implicit rate subsidy which indicates benefits paid on behalf of the employee at retirement, accrued sick leave, accrued annual leave, sometimes life insurance. That amounts to $53.8 million. If we just look at those four key items that I brought up here, they total $230 million in our fund balance. So that $540 million, if we discount those four key items that we cannot touch, our fund balance is down to $310 million. If you were to look at that chart again, you would see it was lower than any of the recent years that they have identified.
And just for the record, what we are talking about is slide 29 in the union's presentation.
Additionally, I would just like to add that contingency funds are for emergencies, and in the past few years, these dollars have been accessed on several occasions. In 2020, in addition to the $16.9 million transfer to the Employee Benefit Trust, in the spring of that year, $6.9 million was used for PPE at the onset of the pandemic. In 2021, we used $7.7 million of contingency funds to pay for additional PPE and other protections as we reopened schools. In 2022, due to the results of the last impasse hearing, $25.2 million in fund balance was transferred to the Employee Benefit Trust. In 2023, again, as a result of the prior impasse hearing, another $25.2 million was transferred to the Employee Benefit Trust, and $10 million in our contingency fund balance was expended to manage the immediate impact of Hurricane Ian, where staff worked tirelessly to clean up and open schools, and we combined 2 schools into 1 within a week. The last point I would like to make, if Mr. Mandel will allow me, the district is experiencing declining enrollment. This year, we budgeted growth for 1,867 traditional students. That growth was included in the dollars that we had projected to be available for salary increase. And it was incorporated into our 2024 budget. Instead, we are currently down 3,480 traditional students at a loss of $30 million. If there's any increase in enrollment, it is due to Family Empowerment Scholarship, of which we do not see those dollars. We ended last year at 210,000 we ended last year with 10,000 Family Empowerment Scholarship, and right now we're tracking at 15,000 Family Empowerment Scholarship students. So there would show an increase because it's all combined with ours, but for our traditional schools, we are down enrollment. Thank you.
Thank you. Just walking through some of the other testimony, I want the record to reflect that I never, ever during the course of the special magistrate hearing or at any point in time called the 64% claim by the union a lie. I don't do that. I disagree. We all disagree. But I didn't call it a lie. I said it was misleading. And I've used that term here as well. So I just wanted to be clear on that. If you look at the union slide 16, that was the one where Mr. Arnone said that the rates for new hire employees, the employee coverage for new hires would be triple that of the current teachers. Again, we get back into that issue of percentages versus actual dollar amounts. So what are we talking about in terms of actual dollar amounts? So under our proposal, Plan A employee only would pay $27 a paycheck. Under the proposal for new hires, it's $88. Okay, it's triple, but it's still only $88. Going to the issue raised in slide number 8 by the union, we've been accused of misrepresenting the much higher costs on educators with dependent. Keep in mind, as we mentioned before, 92% of the bargaining unit employees will receive a per paycheck increase of $80 or less. That includes dependents. There's only 267 members out of 11,000 that fall within that gray area of increases above the 80%. Above the $80 per paycheck. SureFit. I don't want anybody to walk away from this with any misperceptions regarding SureFit. I'd like Beth Curran to come up, who not only administers the health care benefits, but is on SureFit herself. And this is an issue that came up at the special magistrate hearing. There was significant discussion regarding that. And as Beth is going to tell you, not a single person on SureFit has ever contacted the Cigna rep to say, hey, there's an issue. So, Beth, if you could just share your experiences with SureFit.
Good afternoon. I did enroll in SureFit just to see how the plan worked for our employees. And while I was sitting here, I contacted our Cigna rep that's on site 40 hours a week. I contacted our account manager, and then they also contacted the contracting manager to see if there was an issue with access to providers. And they have all come back that they've not heard from any employees with access. They've not heard it from Advent. I, a few weeks ago, reached out to several providers on SureFit. There was 3 providers I could get appointments within 3 to 4 days. So granted, there were some on the east side, there was one on the west side, but I did reach out to them to see what the access was. So there may be some access issues, but I haven't experienced them yet, and I will tell you, I don't tell people what my job is because I don't want to hear the other side as well. So it's not like I'm getting favors done for that. CVS is the pharmacy, and we will expand it to also include Costco as well, but there's also mail order is available as well on that plan as well. But right now, we've not heard issues from employees from Cigna of access issues.
Thank you, Beth. Now, obviously, there's a reason why SureFit's a lower cost, because benefits cost money. And as you add benefits onto a plan, the costs go up. And so this is a low-cost option for those who want to take advantage of it. We offer 3 other plans as well. I also want to talk real quickly about the union slide 19, and that's the spending on substitutes. According to this chart, FY23, we spend $34 million on substitutes. That includes the cost of teachers going for professional development, which we've increased. That includes the costs of teachers going for professional development. So that's part of the reason why you're seeing more. There has been more of an emphasis on that in the past year, so that has caused a spike in the numbers. If you turn your attention to slide 24, this is actually a slide that was used by the union in the special magistrate hearing. And what this shows is that the PMPM, the per member per month cost, increased from 2013 to 2023 by 8.6%, which suggests to you that We don't need to do anything more than an 8.6% increase. Here's the issue. If the PNPM was the baseline for determining what the premium should be, then the plan actuary for the last 3 years in a row would not have turned around and said to us that our premiums are not actually sound. And what I didn't share with you is that it was either this year or last year, he said if we did 7% for the next 2 or 3 years, our premiums still wouldn't be actually sound. So while I understand that the PNPM is part of the measurement, it doesn't change the fact that the actuary for the last 3 years has certified to the state of Florida that our premiums are not actually sound. Moreover, if the PNPM was everything that in this regard, drove the gains and losses in the plan, then how does that explain slide 15 that we showed you with those significant deficits that we're running? 61 million, 41 million, 42 million. Obviously, there's something driving this, and regardless of what the PNPM says, we are consistently running deficits, and the deficits are escalating, and they will continue to escalate and spiral downward out of control unless we do something, and we do something significant sooner than later. One of the other things that I'd like to do is, since the issue of our comparators have been brought up, there is nobody out there that's doing better than us when it comes to the provision of health care coverage. And when I say nobody out there, I'm talking about all of the school districts that surround us. So, for example, even applying the increases that we're proposing here, we have lower deductibles than Brevard, we have lower out-of-pocket maximums, and we have lower premiums for all plans except for Plan B, which is the very most expensive plan we have because it's a nationwide network with an out-of-network option. And like I said before, you got to pay for benefits, and that has the most benefits out of all of them. Moreover, Brevard split on what the school district pays versus what the employees pay. They range between 87% the school district to 13% for the employees to 68% for the school district versus 32% for the employees. And for single coverage, they only pick up a little bit over $7,000 per year for the single coverage, nothing close to the $10,555 number that we are proposing for the upcoming year. Lake, lower deductibles. We have lower deductibles. We have lower premiums except for Plan B once again. Osceola, we have lower out-of-pocket max. We have lower co-insurance, and we generally have lower premiums, again, except for the high-cost Plan B. And interestingly, last year, Osceola increased its contributions on their two highest plans between 50% and 74%. So there are other places out there that are increasing as well, because health insurance is something that impacts every school district out there, and there's not a single school district. In fact, I do a lot of work in the public sector. I don't think there's a public employer out there that isn't struggling with the issue of the rising, escalating costs of health care. Seminole County, we have lower deductibles. We have lower out-of-pocket maxes. We have lower premiums, especially family coverage. So they range for family coverage. Seminole County ranges from $759 to $1,199 per paycheck. Under our proposal, that range is $266 to $920. We offer far better benefits than them and anybody else in the area. Volusia County, we have lower deductibles, We have lower out-of-pocket max, and again, this is with our proposed changes. We have lower coinsurance. We have generally lower premiums except for B. In 22-23, Volusia County increased their single coverage for their POS plan from $4.99 to $64.64 per paycheck. Do you know what that increase is? That's a 1,198% increase. Again, illustrates why percentages don't tell the entire story. And with respect to the issue of increasing premiums in an amount that are very high percentages, we are not doing the only one. We're not the only ones doing it. And in fact, Judith Padres received a call from Volusia the other day asking how we could afford to pay $9,289 per person health insurance board contributions. They were amazed that we're able to do it. Well, our number is going up to $10,555. Volusia offers a board contribution of $6,780 per person. So as the special magistrate said, even with what we're proposing, we are still outpacing the market. And keep in mind as well that part and parcel of all of this is the pay increase. You can't divorce the two. Nobody, I mean nobody in the local market is doing anything close to the 9.7% that we're adding to base for 92% of the employees. In fact, I'll go one step further. Nobody in the local market is doing anything close to adding to base the amount that we're doing for just the effective employees. As Mr. Arnone and Mr. Richard said, and I applaud him for it, this is an historic increase. You all have done everything within your power to get as much money to these folks in terms of salary, but unfortunately, the financial facts are the financial facts. We can't change them. And the financial facts drive us to the only possible conclusion that we need to do something with the premiums. And I am glad that we're able to do that in conjunction with a year in which we can give historic pay increases. Because what do you think will happen next year? We kind of have an inkling of what the governor's going to be giving us. And I can't imagine for the life of me we're getting money that's going to allow us to do 9% of payroll from the governor. So next year, we're going to get whatever the governor hands out to us, and we're going to turn around to the union and say, well, look, all we got money for is a 3% increase, or whatever that number is, and the union's going to turn around and say, wait, you can't increase premiums when you're only giving us a 3% increase or a 4% or whatever that number comes out to. In fact, that's the same argument that he used in the impasse in 21-22. This is the opportunity. Today, we have a unique opportunity to go ahead and do what we need to do to ensure the solvency of the health care plan going forward with the least possible impact on the employees. I implore you to adopt the district's position on the health insurance, because at the end of the day, it is in the best interest of the public and the public employees. One last thing, since I have a little bit of time. Leanne, if you could just take the microphone for a minute. And
yes, sir.
So just identify yourself and explain what your role and how long you've been at the collective bargaining table.
I'm Leanne Blackmore. I'm the Director of Labor Relations. I have been at the bargaining table with CTA since the early 2000s.
Okay. And at any point in time, was there a deal reached at the bargaining table that we wouldn't increase health insurance premiums in exchange for them taking a lower pay increase?
No, sir.
Okay. With that, we end the presentation, and on behalf of the superintendent, I'd like to thank you all for your attention and your consideration of our position.
Thank you, Mr. Mandel. Mr. Richard, give us just a minute to reset the clock. Thank you. Pardon me? I think it'd be fine. Okay. Mr. Richard, please.
Am I on?
You're on.
Thank you. It's real important that we don't let the currents of the adversarial process, which is by definition the legal process, swamp over you as the independent decider. And I know my colleague to the left, so I'm going to give him all the benefit of the doubt, that in the passion of all this, sometimes we broadly say things that are not correct. I won't cast any doubt on his good intent. But this started out in his rebuttal as, they never came to you. They never brought up compromise. Why are they doing it here? Well, first, that's a little embarrassing, like we wouldn't want to end a war in the Mideast because of what happened yesterday. But it's just not true. And it's sad. And Jeff's better than that. You're better than that. In Mr. Arnone's slides that we gave the special magistrate and put into evidence, we write under options. I can make copies of it, but I'm telling you the truth. And he wrote, there's a lot of daylight between 0 and 64%. Options include increases consistent with growth in trust expenses and implying existing contract language. We brought up the 0 to 64 back at the magistrate thing, but you were just told we never said it till today. Don't get sucked into lawyer versus lawyer tit for tat. Come on. To you three teachers, we're better than that. We put it in the slides. We've been saying it all along. Now, what happened was, to be very honest, the contract is weird also. And we referenced it in this one section. And it says 50% of cost increases will be paid by the board. Oh, I'm sorry. The board agrees to provide a health insurance program with the trust plan options through OCCTA. Then it goes on and it says annual individual premium cost increases, right? Exceeding 8% over the prior year will be equally shared by the district and employees. Now, they turned that 8 to 10%, which meant the first 10% was supposed to be eaten by the district and everything else was supposed to be shared. I am told none of us understand it, and I trust Beth, and she's smarter about this than I am ever going to be, and we don't really follow that. But we brought that up in a hearing saying, what does this really mean? Apparently, Beth may be the only one that knows. And it didn't work out. But we use this, and in his slides, he talks about one of the options being going and following the current contract language. So, of course, we brought up something between 0 and $8.9 million. And we did it then, and to say we didn't is just trying to win a basketball game here today. We are not the Orlando Magic. You're a school board. Then they went on, and it's not fair to Clinton. It's just not fair. In October, he writes the board, and you were under instructions not to talk to us, which is not the law, by the way. The law is you can't talk to us once the rejection happened, which just happened a few weeks ago. Your lawyers can recommend that you can't talk to us, but the law is clear, and John and I have talked about it. You can talk to all of us, and our hearts hurt, because members, we have to say to members that you all won't talk to us about this, and you're only getting their side. Now, is it wise to talk to us or not? That's your decision. That's a political decision. The law only forbids you from talking to us about all of it until his letter went in saying we reject the special magistrate. We're so frustrated because we can't talk. And you know what? I think you get bad advice, though I get it, because it makes us feel like we're shut out when you're talking to only one side in the shade meetings. But it is what it is. It's a legitimate legal advice to give you. What did Clinton write? Our team has made several suggestions for controlling costs. This is in October, including, but not limited to, putting the plan to bid as soon as possible, exploring direct contracting with hospitals, implementing care managed plan design changes, requesting proposals from the pharmacy benefit manager. We have somebody from Washington that we just hired a year ago that we assigned here. By the way, he at one point worked for the Teamsters Union. They have had problems in the past. They're very cleaned up now. And your side made fun of him coming from that union because they sort of cast him as someone that might be corrupt. And I got a phone call from the guy, heartbreaking, saying, I had nothing to do with this. We were all under investigation. Nothing was ever found. And that was the kind of cooperation we got. So I just told him to stay in Washington. They didn't believe him. That's what, honest to God, happened. And it's kind of weird that we're all going through this now. None of that matters because you're going to have to make what we call a ab initio in Latin, your own decision starting from today. So we brought all these things up. Clinton tried to do these things. Nobody stopped us on the other side for bad reason. I want to put that out front. There was no malevolence here. There was no one out scheming each other. Sometimes the dialectic of the world gets it where we just don't behave right, including me. Something happens where we just keep going in the yin and the yang and someone just doesn't get up there and say, stop. What works for the public? You all, the parents, the teachers, our budget. Now, the issue today, I've never actually seen this, where someone gets up, and again, with high regard, and says, you're going to have programs cut for $8.9 million? Program cuts? When asked, I'm reading the transcript at page 84, I say to my colleague, you're not saying it's an inability to pay, meaning you can't pay this $9 million because you don't have it. He says, in part, so it's not, we're not triggering the financial emergency or inability to pay. He was honest. In this budget of billions, you can find, it's not, whether you do this or not, the house is not collapsing for the district. And so we've been talking compromise along the way. So why didn't it close? You want to know why it didn't close? Because your negotiator, smart, very savvy, did two things that broke the trust of the teachers. Why would you do this on the last day of a 3-year contract to take effect 6 months later? And we know why, to suck it into the pay raise. It's not without smartness. It's clever. It's fair. It made them feel like they were being taken advantage of. The second thing, there's a couple, broke their hearts, say never on the slides, and you have very smart, savvy communications people who think this more like Pravda than just giving information out sometimes, and they kept telling them nothing about family insurance. It just almost was hard to find in any communication. So their hearts, they were like, we're getting tricked here. Whether they were or were not, they felt a lack of trust. And the last area, I think a moment ago, and Jeff and I are blessed, we can afford $88 a paycheck. We are 6-figure professionals who get to talk about people who lay up at night where $88 a paycheck wipes them out. It's diapers. $55,000 a year. Did you hear their voices cracking? Pie charts, PowerPoints, experts, dueling experts. Nothing replaces the honesty they bring here today. It just doesn't. And so, yes, on one hand, $88 a pay period may not break somebody. For our teachers, it does. So we've come forward saying we're getting a raise that doesn't bring us up to inflation, and then we're getting hit with a 64% or whatever, $9 million from our pockets. We can do better than that. And we raised it back then. But they came back very clever and said, you can't do one without the other. You never offered the salary, hear me, without it being tied to us accepting the 64%. It was a bargaining posture fair. That's hard bargaining. But I'm not the Chevrolet dealership. We're teachers. And that posture caused us to say, we don't know what to do because they're connected. And only when I dropped the ULP thing, and we had excellent talks, Jeff and I, by saying we're not going to go forward with the ULP, did we decouple the salary? And we all just agreed on the salary. But we were never offered the salary unless we took the full 64%. Trust is on the line here. Not trust that we respect them. We respect all of you. But trust is what were we going to do? So no, we weren't going to connect the two because then we couldn't make the argument that we're making here today. I want to read you something that lets you elevate above the adversarial process, which is what the legal process is. It's not, disparaging. It's not pejorative when I say that. But it's not the role you play by law. And in a case that Mr. Mandel handled, where a school district, I think the Orange County, I don't remember, it may have been a fire department, but the City of Orlando and the International Association of Firefighters, there was a ULP found against the school board for being so one-sided towards the management. In this case, it would be the superintendent. We're not suggesting that here. We appreciate her work as well. And they were found to have committed a ULP because they forgot to be neutral in this process. And in that case, it was written from the court the following. Frequently, the negotiator, we've all been in negotiations, and the legislative body, which is what you are today, are the same body wearing two hats. In this case, the Orlando City Commission is the public employer responsible for negotiating in an adversary setting a collective bargaining contract with the city's firefighters. Yet, once impasse occurs, the City Commission must put on its legislative hat because it is also the legislative body. It must depart. It must depart from its adversary role and suddenly become a neutral. An awkward position because the City Commission must adjudicate the disputes as a legislative body to which it is a party in interest as a public employer. It is awkward, and you will rise above that awkwardness. It is odd to look at both of us now as equal because you have so much respect, correctly so, for your staff, and you have so much respect, correctly so, for Clinton and the union, and sometimes their attorney too. What's really at question is here, what are we going to do? We can end up at zero, which is what our position's been, and we really believe that makes sense. We will figure the 8.8 million, you will figure that out, and give teachers a raise without any attachments. Give them a raise, a fantastic raise, which won't even catch them up to inflation, but it's a damn big deal. And we're proud of CTA and we're proud of your negotiators and the board. But no strings attached. And if you can't, find some other amount that both helps them at the kitchen table, but also says, we hear your plea. They didn't make this up. Some of you have sat with some of these teachers. This school board, perhaps more, I better be careful there. This school board has a great reputation, and I'm looking at some of you who I know do this, of answering emails to teachers, talking to them in hallways, visiting schools and getting dirt under your nails. Good stuff, really good stuff. And they trust you to do the right thing here today. And it's not going to be easy, but it can be 0 to 64%. Let's talk dollars. Your mathematicians and your magicians will figure out to take that amount and put it in. I do think it would be one incredibly fair, honorable statement, given the budget situation, which is still very solid, Doreen deserves a lot of credit, to say, this year, you get this raise with no strings attached. This year, you get a little bit of space to go to bed a little bit earlier and not think you have to work at Home Depot over the summer. This year, you get to realize that maybe, just maybe, when you made a decision to take a mortgage out, you're not freaking out that 4, 5 years later, you can't afford that mortgage. It is true what Leanne said. We never brought up at the table about trading. It was in our caucus rooms. We sit when we go alone, and the team is smart. They're all teachers. I adore them and respect them. And they go, well, the money's not enough. And then they say, but the insurance has been pretty cool of holding us harmless at this moment. Let's go out and take and settle or go to impasse on other issues. Of course you wouldn't be part of it. Everybody makes that decision. But we were faced with a Sophie's choice. Take 64% or you can't have your raise. And that's what we went through until about a week ago. Why do you think, if we're not the compromising type, that we lost some issues? You lost the one, not you, you're now neutral. The district lost the issue on the insurance, meaning he recommended no increase, right? That's why we're here. There were 3 or 4 that didn't go in the CTA's direction. Clinton says it's enough already. We have to find a way forward, and we said we'll take the entire special magistrate's decision in totality, because it was time to end. And on the last day, I think, Jeff, or the second to last day, the district put in its letter, we're going to disagree with the magistrate's final decision on health insurance. I'm going to end where I opened, and that is, whatever happens today, your wisdom will guide us. We're going to go in the hallways and see what the heck we can do, because I'll never stop trying to do the right thing. What do you have to lose except doing the right thing? But the most important thing is the teachers who weren't here, whose shirts cascade the chairs behind me. The teachers who tell their children when they go to college, don't be a teacher. Like my wife told my kids, she was a 3rd grade teacher. The professors whom I represent in the schools of education who are whispering, do you really want to be an education major? You're beat up all the time, you're accused of things, and you're underpaid. Tell them they made the right decision. Tell them they made the right decision using their own money to buy supplies sometimes. Tell them they made the right decision staying up late on Sunday night grading papers. Tell them they made the right decision staying here in Orlando, in Orange County. And one way you can do it is with $8.8 million and saying, we're going to address this insurance. With one last thing, we have a session set for the 11th. We have given you our word. You can believe that Clinton won't deliver. That would be a mistake on your part. We have to roll up our sleeves. Insurance is going up, and we've got to deal with these things. And we will, either way. But above all, this $8.8 million is screaming out for some sort of compromise. It's in your hands. We thank you.
All right, we are going to take a break for lunch. I'd like some feedback from board members. The original plan was to take 1 hour. I certainly think 1 hour is more than enough time for lunch, but I do want to know from board members, given all that we've heard, I don't know about anybody else, but I got about 25 pages of notes and questions for myself that I want to try to sort out before I'm asking questions. So is 1 hour enough time? one of the things I find somewhat difficult about this process is that the special magistrate was able to listen to the testimony and then have days to process and come up with a recommendation. We don't have that. So I do want to make sure we are taking enough time that the board comes back prepared as they can be. And I'll be honest with you, I really don't care how late we're here tonight. I would rather be very late than make a potentially short-sighted decision. So let me call on Member Salamanca, Member Gould, and then Vice Chair. Member Salamanca, your thoughts on this?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just to be consistent with, I also think it's a hard decision and we need time. I would love to have a little bit more than an hour to have lunch and prepare.
Can you say that again? I'm sorry.
I would love to have more than 1 hour to have lunch and prepare.
All right, thank you. Member Gould?
I'm going to probably be the opposite. I really want to get to the questions and do a little deeper dive with both entities in order to understand some of the notes that I wrote. And I don't know that I can do that by myself. So I would actually say let's get into digging in sooner rather than later and go to 40 minutes.
Vice Chair?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with Member Salamanca. I have so many questions. I'm trying to get my thoughts straight between each presentation because they differed, and I need to wrap my mind around that and write down my questions so that I can dissect the information we were given this morning. And I'm going to need more than an hour to do that, to do due diligence with that. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you could read between the lines in my comments that I definitely feel that I need more than an hour, and I think I do a disservice to our employees and our teachers and this process if I haven't had a chance to really organize everything I've heard. There's obviously some conflicting information. Member Salamanca, your suggestion for time? What would work for you? Let's put something on the table. Let's see if we can compromise. No, just kidding you.
Oh, yeah, that's. I feel like I could use all the time. It's not enough. I agree with magistrate has many days, so it's hard to justify this. I would propose 2 hours. Also, I think, we heard a lot from folks saying that teachers cannot be in the room. I hope to give them more time to get here for those that still want to make it later today. So I would welcome more time for us to prepare and to give teachers more time to be here, to see the questions that we're asking. They maybe didn't get a chance to see the presentations, but if they can be around for our own questions and our own confusion and our own areas where we feel like there's conflicting evidence, that would be great. So I would propose 2 hours.
I'm going to go to Vice Chair because nobody else has pressed their button, and being one other board member who wanted additional time.
I would agree to 2 hours.
All right. Member Byrd?
I was going to suggest 90 minutes and coming back at 3 o'clock. But I'll go with whatever the majority of the board.
Member Ferrand?
Originally, I was more with Member Gould that I have quite a few questions, but questions that I feel would need to be answered by those represented here. But if the majority is wanting to extend, I would be more in favor with a 90-minute than 2 hours. I think 2 hours is, we're going to be prolonging this too much. And if we all have tons of questions, we're going to be going late into the evening, which is what we wanted to, get this all, the questions answered in a timely manner when our minds are fresh. So I would go with 90 minutes.
Member Felder?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Knowing that I was a teacher and many of them are not here because they are working, I would go along with Member Salamanca to give some teachers time enough so they can at least hear some of the discussion we're going to have. But at the same token, I do truly understand Member Farrant's concern that we are going to be going in the hour, we're going to be going a long time with the questions and so forth. But I'm trying to know how important this decision that we're going to make, and if as many as possible teachers who, because some of them, they probably with bated breath trying to hurry up and look at the clock so they can get down here. But if the majority of the board wants just 90 minutes, but my preference would be long enough, 2 hours, to give them time enough to come so they can at least hear our rebuttal. How do we think? What are we saying? How we're arriving at whatever decisions that we're going to make. But again, I will contend with the board's decision. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to make a decision in just a minute here because we'll spend more time discussing how long we're going to break than the break itself. Member Castor-Dental.
I'm happy to go with coming back at 3:30, so 2 hours.
All right. Well, let's do that'd be just short of 2:30. Just short of 2 hours. Let's come back at 3:30. That's what you just said, correct? 3:30. We'll see everybody back that's able to stay with us. I'm sorry. I really am sorry. I don't have control over this situation, but I'm still really sorry because your time's the most important, I don't know, the most valuable thing any of us have. I'll just take this minute because you're stuck here anyway.
Leave.
Well, you could leave, but you're too dedicated to leave. And that's why you're so important to us also. Honestly, when you think about it, what is the one thing that you can't get back? The one thing you can't get back is time. And so for me, if I'm taking somebody's time, I want to make sure that I'm using it well. And right now we're taking your time and it doesn't feel like we're using it well. And I also feel like if I'm giving somebody my time, I'm giving them the greatest gift, which is why I don't like going to the doctor's office and waiting long. But that's another matter altogether. So all I can tell you right this minute is neither of the parties' attorneys are back. Therefore, we obviously cannot take up our questions and deliberations. Vice Chair?
Can you make sure that we're live on YouTube so that the people at home,
Yeah,
are we
yeah,
live?
that was why, hopefully I told Victor to go ahead and run because I want them to know. Thank you, David, thank you. And Scott, if there's anything else that you want to post, I just don't like the idea of people tuning in and not having some.
Maria's coming down.
Okay, Maria's coming down, okay. All right, well, we'll stay here. We do not have a time. We had a time and we're over that
Do we
time.
have a time on when we will reconvene so that we can let the public know?
No apology.
So we don't necessarily have a set time. The estimate is currently 4:30, from what I understand. However, that is obviously, to use a word that we used before, fluid. So that's the best I have at this point.
In other words, we have no clue. No. We'll go with 4:30. We're hoping for 4:30. And as soon as they, pardon me? Sure, we're good. Oh, God bless you. Thank you. Thank you all. Yeah. With what? Oh, right? Yeah. Yeah.
Some music? Who wants to do the Macarena?
Ah, that's a good one. Well,
electric slide.
I'll be on stage new country western thing with the little music. Yes.
I like that too.
Yes. Play her music.
What high school could we get over here real quick?
Oh, I know. Can we get a high school over here? Okay. back in session. To those of you who maybe have been viewing us or looking for us, I apologize for the delay, but I'm hoping we're going to learn a little bit more about why we've been delayed. So, Mr. Mandel, I'm told by Mr. Richard I should start with you.
Yes, Chair, thank you very much. Both parties to this proceeding recognize that it's always better to have an agreed-to resolution of items as opposed to them being imposed, because when they're imposed, there's somebody that's going to walk away that's a winner, somebody's going to walk away with a loser, and it's going to create hard things. So based on that, Mr. Richard and his team and the superintendent and her team have been spending the vast majority of the time trying to see if there's some way we can come to an agreement that would satisfy the needs of both parties. And I'm pleased to announce that we have reached that agreement. And so let me read the agreement to you, and what we would like you to do is we'd like you to adopt that as the decision here today. And so the agreement will read, the district's health insurance proposal will be implemented the beginning of plan year 2024-25. The district will provide CTA bargaining unit employees a premium discount for plan year 2024-2025 only, equal to $4.4 million. This premium discount shall be applied equally to all bargaining unit employees employed with the district prior to July 1 of 2024. The parties agreed to enter into a memorandum of agreement implementing the premium discount.
Mr. Richard. Okay, I got a drum roll going. Mr. Richard.
Can we have 30 seconds?
Of course you can.
Superintendent and Jeff, yeah.
Concerned I didn't catch it the first time.
Maria needs to hear this. I'm sorry, just one.
No, it's no problem.
We're okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Do we need to change anything?
No.
Okay.
We just
Okay.
wanted to add one thing, that there comes a point that $4.4 million in the teachers' pockets really helps. And there will be 2 rounds of bargaining as we traverse through the next rounds when this snaps back, and we look forward to that. We also we want to not put you in the position, if you will. It's a chance for everybody to try to move forward together and solve these insurance problems together, as opposed to putting you in the middle of it. So we're trying to do that today.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
We support recommending to you to make this your decision.
Wonderful. Thank you. Vice Chair, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can we see what that looks like in numbers? Like, can we see how the plan's going to change? Like what the premium changes, and because we've been looking at numbers all along on what it's going to cost our employees, and then our new teachers coming in. So can we get a little bit more information on a breakdown on costs before we render a decision?
So there will be no difference in the premiums that we proposed. So those that are attached to Exhibit C and D of the superintendent's recommendations would be the ones that are imposed. And what we're doing is a 1-year, basically a premium discount for 1 year of half of the amount of the $4.4 million.
So the premiums will be cut in half?
No.
No,
the premiums will be as set forth in those attachments, including the 85-15 split for the new hires. There will be a discount that will be applied in the first year, equal to $4.4 million, spread evenly over all employees. So instead of the employees paying that amount, the district will pay that on their behalf for plan year 24-25.
So they will be paying less in premiums if we're giving them a discount?
Correct. 4.4 million less.
4.4 million. So again, back to my original questions, what do the new premiums with the discount look like for our employees?
We did a spreadsheet on it.
Sounds like they would be
What I can do is put up the
50%.
old one, and then you can just cut it in half, or I can give you a new sheet if you'd like to just see it clean. It's up to you.
If we could, yeah.
You want clean?
So,
Just tell us what page.
Okay.
yeah.
Is theirs or yours?
Ours.
Okay.
Yes. Hold on one second. I'm just moving through. Page 4 of our presentation. Can we put it up?
Wait.
Page 4, okay.
So these are, that shows the increase with no change. And the premium would be the same, but we would apply a discount, which would be the district basically picking up half of the increase. So instead of 500, let's say 550 to round it out, it would be 275 roughly. It would be picked up by the district, and then the employee would pay the other half.
Okay, thank you. And how much is this going to cost the district? 4.4 million over.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. So $4.4 million. So my next question is, and I'm happy that you guys came to this agreement. I'm very pleased. I wish it would have happened sooner, but I'm pleased that we've gotten there nonetheless. Because it was never just about the $8.8 million. It was about the $8.8 million plus the deficit that is going to our insurance trust. We're going to be short some like $64 million next year. So with this added on, I'm assuming we're going to be short. Now we're going to have to shore up the trust by $68 million? Like, no?
4.4.
Yep. I don't think that's right to say it's cut in half, because in that case, you're not applying equally.
It's the same thing, because you're picking up our half. It's the same contribution. Nothing changes. Nothing changes.
This is very fluid, excuse me. The plan is going to go into effect like you have seen it proposed to you over the last number of months. The increase to CTA, their premiums was equivalent to about $8.8 million. What the superintendent has recommended is that the board provide a premium holiday equivalent to $4.4 million. It's about $250 to $300 per employee that on the back end will come off of whatever their new revised premium is for next year. And then, to Mr. Richards, it will snap back to the full premium increase in 25-26.
And thank you for that explanation. That's very helpful.
And those dollars are coming from non-recurring, excuse me, I didn't
And
mean
they're
to
coming from,
interrupt you.
okay, thank you. That was going to be my next question. And then we're still going to convene the Fringe Benefits Committee as soon as possible? Clinton, yes? I saw you shake your, thank you. Yes, okay, thank you. That's all I have for now.
Excellent, thank you. Member Gallo, thanks for helping to clarify that. I have this one follow-up question. When I heard that the 4.4 discount would go back to the members, it sounded like equally. Is it going to be divided by the number of members, or is it going to actually discount the premium? Okay, okay. And I think I also heard in the language all employees covered by, does this include OS, was my question.
Well, this resolution here cannot, from the standpoint is that OSP is not.
True, yeah. I thought you said something that sounded like that in your language. All bargaining members, what did you say?
We can say all CTA bargaining members. I mean,
but-
as a practical matter, we're going to do it for OESPA, but that can't be part of
Okay.
your
And-
decision.
And when we say bargaining members, to be clear, many of our teachers are not members of the union, but it will include them.
Correct, they're in the
Okay.
bargaining unit.
They're part, thank you for that clarification. And I'm sorry, Leanne, did you want to clarify?
Yes, I want to clarify for OSPA. We have a letter of understanding that says any changes that were made to wages or insurance would then come back and they would get that same benefit. So as soon as we resolve language with this body, then I will be going back to OSPA with the same.
Do you have an estimate on the cost of that?
Roughly $2.5 million, I think. I think theirs is roughly $2 million, 2.5, because it was $5 million. The 8.8 for CTA is $5 million for OSPA, so it'd be roughly 2.5.
All right, thank you. Well, just a few comments. On the substance of some of the discussion we've had, one thing I do want to share with you all in terms of my thought about the structure of the contribution being different for new employees. I understand why that's been raised as a concern, but after what we've seen with compression, and when the state came in and raised all new teacher salary, and it really, really had an effect on our experienced teachers, I personally was not having as much problem with the fact that new teachers would now come in not on par as much as they had before. And so I felt like it was a little bit of a counterbalance, not that that was why they intended to do it. I can see this whole room, superintendent is nodding. Everybody else is giving me that look. So I know that they will not have the same level of benefits. But again, we saw a huge increase in new teachers, and our veteran teachers did not see that same compensation. And to the extent that that rights that ship a little bit, I think it's fair and equitable. And I think it's necessary because healthcare costs really have continued to rise, and we've got to structurally find a way to fix it, or a huge amount of money that we're spending is money that we could be using for salaries. I actually had a teacher write to me and asked, because I think it was a him, he's not covered by insurance. I think his spouse probably is. Could he get his share back? In other words, he'd been hearing the district is putting in 9.8 and is going to go to 10,005. Could he take that in compensation? I thought, I thought, okay, he is paying. He's paying attention and he's getting the point. And the reality is it is one or the other. But what we do as part of an organization that supports each other is we understand that some of that salary goes to protect those who will run into an unfortunate situation, will develop cancer, their child will be born with a handicap, all of these issues. And that's just part of being a good family. Please.
Am I on?
You're out of order.
Oh,
no,
sorry.
Mr.
I've been out of order since I got here.
Yeah.
One of the things we talked about with Clinton and the superintendent, which I think is good, and it's an understanding, but we're really going to get under the hood of the insurance and bring our folks in from around the country who do this every day. You have very smart professionals as well. We want to really get under the hood because it's a national challenge, and it's not an easy challenge, but the more we share data, the more we brainstorm, the more we poke at it, the more we treat healthcare as consumers and we shop. I had I don't know if it's MRI or CT, I can never remember the difference, but some doctors that I represent were teasing me, have you ever priced out what a CT scan costs? I go, what do I know what a CT scan costs? I don't even know what it is. And they teased me, and it went from $11,000 at one place to $4,000 at another. Mm-hmm. And so I drove the 10 or 12 miles, but I would have never thought of that in my life, that I can shop too. So we have a pledge from the superintendent, Clinton, to each other, that it's going to be real, robust, genuine, and Beth is very good at it, so that's part of this as well. We're not putting it in officially, but it was an important component for our members to really be robustly involved in the joint effort to lower healthcare costs.
Yeah, I had a similar experience. I went in for a CAT scan and an MRI, and they thought that my insurance had already cleared it. And I got there and they said, no, it hasn't been approved. Well, I needed it done. So I said, well, how much would it cost? It was like $400. And I was like, wow, I thought it was a lot more than that. The cost when you had insurance was a whole lot more than that. So there is room to negotiate. We have great healthcare partners, the hospitals that we have here. And I think what I'm most excited about, I know for our teachers, it's the reduction in costs. And I completely understand how important that is. But even more valuable, I think, is that by you all coming together and finding a way to compromise and to collaborate, I'm hoping that that's the beginning of how we work together moving forward. Certainly with Clinton, I can tell you I was so excited to see him in this position because I knew we had somebody that was a huge champion for our teachers, but you could also work with him and trust him. So your leadership has been phenomenal, and I want to thank you for that. That's all I got. Member Gould.
Just because I completely understand it, but and I'm in full favor, and I am so glad we finally came to a collaborative bargaining arrangement, because that's what it felt like, instead of collective, where we have been, that has been detrimental to all involved. And I would love to see us go back to a fully collaborative environment going forward, because we knew since 1990, when I came to Florida and started working in healthcare, that healthcare beat inflation almost year over year, with the exception of very few years. We should never, ever have come to this cliff. And I know why. It's not the fault of us, the superintendent, the CTA. It is the state underfunding education. Year over year, we are always very below inflationary costs. We've never caught up, as you pointed out, with the rest of the country. And we need to be arm in arm as we move forward, and be able to find creative ways. If we could get at least a photocopy of that, just to read it ourselves, if there's any way to do it, or maybe, I don't know, or get it really quick on a slide by the time we're done talking, just so that we know exactly what we're making a deliberation to do. That would be deeply appreciated, just because, the devil is in the details in these things.
We're going to do that.
Thank you so much. One other point to consider, especially as you do a deep dive, and I don't think Mr. Richards, I know you know this, Clinton, but I've worked for hospitals, and I ran a free and charitable clinic, a large one that has 5 centers around Central Florida. There's 2 ways to manage healthcare, right? Through the premium process and exploited costs that have rampaged across our country for the last 20 plus years, and better health. And the list that the district shared today, while it can always be improved upon, and I can't wait to hear new and innovative ways that we can offer health care, we have to be as much talking about the options to our team members as we are about the premiums. So people's health, the proactive approach to health and education, because it's those claims that keep driving us. And the claims are just out of control. It's out of control across the country, but especially in Florida, where we don't have a lot of the same underpinning of healthcare infrastructure, just like we don't in education. So I just have that special request that we really work together for the best interest. And then my last question is, we've already talked about OSPA, but I would assume we would do it for all of our team members. And what is the true impact of this financial cost on the whole of our budget?
8 to 9 million.
8 to 9 million
Non-recurring dollars.
non-recurring dollars to cover this component of the year. Okay.
1 year.
For 1 year. Got it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Member Gould. Member Byrd.
Thank you, Chair. I too am very pleased that both of you came together and came up with an agreement. But I have to say, I am also very frustrated that bargaining started in June and we had to go through this and keep our teachers from getting a raise this entire year. They went through the holidays without a raise. I had teachers yelling at me when I was in the Apopka Christmas parade. It sure would be nice to have our raise for this Christmas. I mean, I cannot believe that it took you guys an hour in a room together to figure this out. So I'm really actually very irritated by this whole resolution. I'm pleased that it happened. I'm pleased that we don't have to impose something, but I'm frustrated that we couldn't have done this 8 months ago. So with that being said, I do agree with Member Gould that I think that we really do have to continue to share all of the ways that there are really good discounts and good things you can be doing. You know, the Surgery Plus is a great benefit. Our health centers we're going to be having in our district next year. And, you know, when the concerns were brought up about SureFit, I went online during the break and searched primary care physicians within my home in Apopka, and 234 primary care physicians came up. Almost all of them that I saw, I didn't click on every one, of course, but almost all of them I saw said they were accepting new patients. I wasn't able to make phone calls to find out how long it would take, but I'm on Local Plus, and I know that I still have to wait 2 months, usually for like a well visit with my primary doctor. If I'm sick, I can call and they can usually fit me in. So I don't think that waiting is such an issue, but there were plenty of primary doctors. But what I wanted to bring, the point I wanted to make was that there is also this coming year the MD Live virtual care visits, which are no cost now. My family has used those several times this year, which we did pay $10, but now it's going to be $0. That's one way you can get care if you're on SureFit. The other is the health centers that we're going to be opening, where it's going to be free, correct, healthcare in those health centers for employees. So there are a lot of really good benefits that the district has really worked on. And also, I was looking at the price differences for the new employees versus our current employees, and it is, even for the family, because I've been just only looking at family, because you know there was a lot of information out there saying district is only talking about employee only. So for the family, it's a difference of $280 a paycheck for Local Plus to $309, so $29 difference. $950 versus $920, a $30 difference for Plan B for family between what current employees would be paying and new employees. It's not such a huge difference in those areas, as was said. And I do understand. I mean, annually it is a little bit bigger. But I agree with the chair that there was so much compression that was caused by the state that, you know, I feel like our current employees deserve the benefit of that. So. Yeah, I support it.
Thank you,
I just
Member
wish we
Byrd.
would have done it 8 months ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Member
Madam
Byrd.
Chair, we just might want to, if I may, to Member Board, we're starting bargaining for the next contract Tuesday or Monday? Monday. So, point well made.
Thank you. Thank you. Great to hear. Member Castellano.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to congratulate both sides for coming to an agreement. And I am looking forward to our teachers being able to vote and get this ratified and as soon as possible. But I do want to make a comment about the process that has become unnecessarily divisive. And when we have negotiations that drag out, making some out to be the villains, it hurts morale, and it doesn't benefit anyone. And I urge both sides to continue to work together in good faith. I know that in all of our meetings that we've had on this board, there isn't one person who ever said, let's go stick it to the teachers. Everyone has said, let's get the teachers their money now. What else can we do? Where else can we look? What else have you thought about? Who else have you consulted? And for the integrity of the board to be attacked in this process was very hurtful. I will stand by every member of this board for fighting and looking out for the teacher's best interest. It may not have appeared that way because negotiations broke down, but every one of these members up here were working hard for the best result possible. It reminds me of when our district or when schools have to decide how to distribute A school money. That is a very divisive process as well. And I've seen a school destroyed by having to figure it out. And when people are pitted against one another and they're fighting over scraps, it doesn't solve the bigger problem of our underfunding from the state. There are so many examples. I made a list for my remarks of all the different challenges that we have, but I don't need to go over those. I just want to encourage us, both sides, to stay focused on working out a solution together, because even though we came up with an agreement, I believe there's been harm done. So I hope that we can continue this positive direction and we continue to meet. And I'm in full support of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Member Castellano. Member Salamanca.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, this has been really frustrating. Maybe it's my first time up here, but obviously I'm very happy that we have a solution. I'm very happy that we don't have to make some of the choices that we were looking at because we didn't have that many time to do these. And as you all saw today, there's a lot of information, there's a lot of numbers. And even though I've been preparing and read all 400 plus pages of the Impasse hearing and transcript, this is frustrating. And members of this board have been attacked about how decisive this process has been and how harming it's been to the trust and transparency between our teachers, this board, and this district. I have a couple bullet points of kind of what I was thinking as I was kind of sorting through the frameworks. And, my parents never made more than $44,000 combined by the time that they both retired at 67. One of them was a housekeeper, one of them was a custodial. And I know this because I've been doing their taxes since I was in middle school. So, although questionable if that should be the case, I am grateful now because I'm pretty strong with the numbers. So I did go through every single dollar on that budget with our CFO. And as I listened to the stories that the teachers told today, I was reminded of when healthcare was prohibitive for me and my family as well. But I was in third grade. I was playing with my friends, as third graders do, when one of my friends' little brother decided to jump on me from the second bunk of the bed. And I obviously tumbled over, hit my head, cracked it open against the windowsill. It's like a little marble windowsill at the bottom of all the windows. And I just remember immediately telling my parents, I'm so sorry, because the cost of an emergency room was going to destroy us financially. And thankfully, there was this immigrant doctor that had just moved next door from Argentina that we went and knocked on her door, and with no local anesthesia, I got stitched up. And I've never seen my parents so worried as they were that night when they watched me. So I take healthcare very seriously. And I've been looking at making this decision for all these people because it matters. But it's just, some of the charts that were shown here today from both sides, it's not unique to one side or the other, were misleading. The data many times overly reductive. It was hard for me to sort through all the data because both sides, and I understand, we are here to make an argument for each of our sides. And you have to make the point and make the graphs as they are. The 64% increase number was misleading. The charts that didn't talk about the family, but was just focused on employee-only dependent, those numbers were also misleading. So neither side is innocent in this. And so I just, it has been months in which our teachers have not been paid their increases. Right? We started this in June, and here we are today, and that's what it took to get something done, to be in this place, right? I applaud you all for the creativity that you have shown today in today's solution, but I urge you to bring this creativity to the bargaining table and earlier in the process. This would have been great back in June 29th of 2023, because then our teachers would have had their salaries back then. Our teachers deserve that the bargaining teams not play sportsmanship with their time and their money and their livelihoods. This is not a game. I think someone earlier today, one of our teachers spoke about how they're not these unbreakable chess pieces. They're not. I don't take them as such, even if I am attacked as being one that does. But bargaining teams should also not treat you like this, and this is not unique to only one side. So even if we spend 3 days on this hearing, you are the team of experts. We know this, but you know it better than we do. You have the ideas, the room to move, and the different vectors to do it. And some of this wording is straight from the special magistrate. I went through the magistrate transcript, and he also said, don't put me in this position to make this decision. It is hard. You guys are the experts. You know the budget. You know what pieces can be moved and whatnot. Our teachers depend on you to make those calls. I don't want Impasse, I think we've come to Impasse several times now, to become the place that the bargaining teams get what they want, because then what is the point of bargaining? Don't come to us to give you what you think you can get in bargaining. I don't want to see an impasse again during my time on this board. I think it's disrespectful to our teachers' time, to their livelihoods. It's disrespectful to our time. So I commend you for coming up with this creative solution. I'm happy for it. I'm very supportive of it. But as Mr. Richards, you said, it's good for you to spend time with mathematicians working through these numbers rather than with us, rather than with a special magistrate. So yeah, let's hope we don't get to this again. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Salamanca. Vice Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with Member Salamanca. I agree with Member Byrd. I agree with Member Castro-Dental. The chair earlier said that the most valuable thing that we can give people is time. And there's been a lot of people's time that was spent on this, and it's going to Impasse, and a lot of teachers that didn't receive their money due to that. There was a lot of work by the board. There has been harm done. There's been relationships that will never be the same because we went to impasse, because it got so divisive, and because it got so ugly. And all that does is hurts our ability to work collaboratively together. So that's the unfortunate part of why we're here. If, as I think Member Byrd pointed out, if this could be resolved in an hour, hour and a half, why wasn't it? Why wasn't it back in June so that the teachers could already have their money? Why wasn't it resolved? We asked the district, the whole board asked the district many times, give us the best possible offer. We want the best possible offer for our teachers. So if this was something that we could do, then we should have done it. It shouldn't have come to impasse and come to before the board. I don't know what happened between then and now. So I do have a couple questions. There was data incorrect on both. I think Mr. Mandel had 9.75 as a raise for teachers, and it's 9.7. There was errors on your slides too. I hope we never come to impasse again, but in the future, I would hope that someone would look, the devil's in the details, maybe look a little closer at the numbers, because I was running over to John going, it's not 9.75, and John was like, no, it's not, it's 9.7. So a question, the new hires, will they receive the discount, or are they going, no. So the new hires will not receive the discount. I disagree with a few of my board members. I am having a little heartburn with the new teachers because it's not a good recruitment tool, and I don't think that we're going to see 9% anytime soon. So we talked a lot about compression, and I agree that our newest teachers got a lot of money, and it created this compression for our veteran teachers, which was not at all fair, but now we're doing the same thing. And not just the new hires, the first-year teachers, because they're only getting the 2% COLA. They didn't have an evaluation, so our first-year teachers aren't going to get the full 9.7%. And then not this year, but next year, their insurance is going up too. So now we've created compression between our year one teachers and our 0-year teachers that we're going to try to recruit to bring to Orange County, and the rest of the teachers. And in my mind, that was unfortunate, and I was having heartburn. That was probably the one thing that gave me a lot of heartburn through this whole process, was what we're charging our new teachers. I'm not disputing the fact that health insurance is going up and then it's not needed, but I felt like we should have offset it with more than a 2%. And the only reason we're doing a 2% is because the magistrate said we needed to do the 2% because it was less than that. When will we be going out on an RFP for the insurance? Because we were told that right after impasse that was going to take place. Is that still the plan? Are we still going? Yes. So we're still going out to bid. The SureFit plan, we talked a lot about, and I just don't know the answer to this, we talked a lot about looking at direct contracts with our hospitals. I was under the impression that SureFit was a direct contract with Advent Health. Is SureFit not a direct contract with Advent Health?
SureFit is exclusive to Advent Health. However, it's with Cigna, through our Cigna contract.
Okay, so it's not a direct contract with the hospital.
We are still working on having direct contracts with hospitals. I will tell you, they're not real successful because they get a bigger...
Pull it closer.
Yeah.
There's a bigger contract because Cigna's able to offer, 4 million members, and we only have 38,000 members. So the hospital's not, they're talking to us, so we're still hopeful. They're still at the table with us.
I know some other districts, and maybe this will be discussed in the Fringe Benefits Committee, join, like with the firefighters and with other different entities, and kind of join forces to try to work on that. I know they do that in some other school districts. And then with the SureFit, is there a way for us to, since there's not that many people, as we go through this process again, to kind of survey those that are on SureFit to see if they're having issues? Because I know that I received an email from you that said that 40% of our employees that were on A, B, and C, their doctors were also on SureFit. So some of those could probably go over to SureFit and keep their doctors. So I was just curious if maybe we could do a survey that would just give us a deeper insight to how many people might be having problems with that plan.
We will definitely do that. I did contact, during this process, I contacted Cigna, and they actually had a meeting with Advent earlier today, and they said there's no access issues, or they haven't been brought to their attention there's access issues, so.
Okay. All right, so
Continue to monitor that, though.
thank you. Thank you so much. So I just want to. Ask the staff, not the provider. Member Gould's telling me.
So they are reaching out to the practices, some of the Advent practices as well.
Okay.
The
Wonderful.
contractor, the Cigna contractors, instead of the actual hospital. They're reaching out to individual hospital or practices, primary care practice.
Okay. So again, I want to commend that we've come to agreement. I am happy that both sides have reached an agreement that's good for everybody. That's always a better scenario than anything being imposed. And I am in support of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Member Ferrant.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too am extremely frustrated with this entire process. Being a new board member, one of the biggest things when I was out knocking on over 7,000 doors was making sure that our teachers were taken care of. And being on this side of the process is very frustrating. Seeing the behind the scenes look at this, I would urge teachers to encourage your bargaining team to switch to collaborative. Right now, it is a collective bargaining, and I just feel like this right here, what happened today was a collaborative agreement. They came together, they worked together for you, the teachers. In an hour and a half, 8 months in, finally, you deserve better. And I would demand it if I were you. You deserve better than to wait 8 months for a raise that you could have had to get your kids an awesome gift at Christmas, or to get a new car if you needed to, or just stick in your savings account. But instead, we had to go through this lengthy, ridiculous process. As a mother of 5 kids, I honestly feel like I am dealing with toddlers who did not know how to just come to an agreement, and it is frustrating. And so I would urge all parties from now on to come together and to say, this is what we're offering, this is what we're offering, how can we work together? It's very frustrating. So I'm extremely happy that there is this agreement. And as a mother with 5 children, I got a lot of kids, so if ever anybody here, I heard some statements said that because of health care, you may consider not having children, that is a farce. Have kids, multiply. Kids are wonderful. They are beautiful creations. Don't ever let health care stop you from that. But as I was looking at the employee and plus children plans, which is what my family, I've got all my kiddos on, and I'm looking at this, the increases, so I'm going to spend per month on Plan A $115 on the new plan, $115 a month for me and all my children. Or I could go to Plan D, which is SureFit, $95 for the whole month for me and all my kids. Personally, I won't do B or C because it's $892 or $565 a month. That wouldn't be fiscally sound for me and my children. But I have some options. And so I didn't implore you. If each one of our teachers, you received an email. If you have not seen it, I know that if I'm not mistaken, every employee, every teacher was emailed a customized layout of what their raise would look like, what their insurance would look like, and you can see it, what customized for you. I thought that was incredible. So you could see firsthand, what will this look like for me? I would encourage you, if you did not see that, go back, look through your emails, and we get lots of them. But it'll show you what you're looking at for your family. If your insurance is too high, see if there's a different plan that you could jump to. And I hope that in this new bargaining, as we move forward, I'm very excited that the Fringe Benefit Committee is going to be started. When was the last time that a Fringe Benefit Committee was had? Was that like last year, or when was that?
21?
Was it 21? 21. 2021. Okay. I guess it's just interesting to me. I'm trying to understand if the parties knew that insurance increases were going to happen. I'm at a loss and trying to understand why this Fringe Committee was not started prior, just to get the ball rolling and get things started and thoughts going. But I am very excited to hear that it will be going forward. And so I hope that together we can make sure we're looking at the right plans. All of us are on this insurance. Like we're all together on this. We see you, we hear you, but from now on, I really and truly, I stand with Member Salamanca. I literally do not want to come to an impasse again. And I was frustrated that impasse had to be done because there wasn't collaboration and there wasn't a bargaining happening. It was like a stalemate, and so impasse had to be declared. And so I hope from now on we can come together, we can play nicely, as I would tell my children, and we can agree and make sure that our teachers are getting exactly what they need. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Ferrand. Member Felder.
Thank you, Chairman Jacobs. In light of this month, March, Appreciation for Wonderful Women, we have 8 of them up here sitting. When I was a teacher, I used to look forward to the October check and last check, because we were going to ratify it, going to get that money, and my Christmas was going to be wonderful. And as I sat on this board, and I saw how, as my other fellow board members have expressed, I too have some thoughts, how we kept going to impasse, and I kept remembering how mad I would have been had I still been teaching and not getting that pay raise. I'm like, what? Impasse. And I had John, he had to explain to me. I said, what? We know they need money. Just vote, give them the money. No, it's the law says we have to bargain. I say, okay, talk about it and let's give them the money. But we got to talk about it. Let's talk, give them the money. Of course, that did not come to that. And we're in the month of March. Next week is spring break. We come back a week, April and May. It's over. It's a done deal. We out of school. So it's my hope and prayer that, as you say, we're going to be talking about it again on Monday, that we not have to have this experience again for our teachers. I do understand the necessity of bargaining. But this right here that we just got through going through, nobody can make me understand the sense of this. I will never understand that. Because I understand healthcare is a monster. I've just experienced some things, but I needed my healthcare desperately. And as I can remember, I'm 67 years old, so I grew up in Orlando during segregation, when Orlando Regional was called Orange Memorial Hospital and black people were in the basement. So you might not have gotten a doctor when you really needed it. And there were some white doctors who were very sympathetic. I had one, Dr. Griffin. He allowed my parents to come, and he took care of me after having measles and encephalitis. I was about to die because there were no more beds for the colored section. And he decreed and declared, I will take her up on the floor because if I don't work on her, she'll die. So I was listening to some of the mothers, the teachers were talking about the struggle with health care and the fact when you got a sick baby, and it wasn't about money, it was about the fact that I was a colored child and I might not have gotten waited on. It was the same kind of desperation. But there was this one white doctor, Dr. Griffin on Orange Avenue. He declared I'll work on her. Whether she's, there's no room in the colored section. So I got to take up on the floor. So, you know, my parents, I know they must have been just devastated, but it happened. So as I was sitting here listening to some of the testimonies and what some of the teachers were saying, my fellow board member, Maria Salamonica, but she was sharing about her parents. Healthcare is a serious thing. And I know, and other board members have said, that there's not been one board member here that was not in favor of teachers. Not one. And we have been ransacked and talked about online, and people entitled their opinion. I won't argue with that. But I need you to know I need to say my part, because I was a teacher for almost 40 years, and I was raised by a teacher. And I was in segregation, where black teachers got separate checks than white teachers. But I was raised, and I'm here. I'm here. And I was blessed. So I want you to know that I am very thankful that we did come to an agreement. Jerry Butler made a song back in 1969 called Ain't Understanding Mellow. It's a wonderful thing when we can understand and get something done. I'm so appreciative. I wish there were more teachers here, but I know probably they could not come. But for those of you that are here who have been with us since 9:30, thank you. Some of you took a pay cut because you don't have no more days. You might was like me, spend all your days, but you're here. I'm grateful that you came because you wanted to show support. And I'm grateful that the attorneys, you came to an agreement, because now teachers can get some money. They can get paid. I'm grateful for that. So I wanted to share that, board members. I wanted to share a little bit of my history and let you know that I'm so grateful. And I too, board member Farad, I don't like Impasse either, baby. I don't like that at all. But anyway, I hope that we can come together and do what we need to do. I wanted to share that. Thank you so much, Chair.
Hey, Mark.
I think it shut me off. Thank you. Member Felder and I are both 67. Or I'm almost, yeah. So I remember those days from the other side. I remember those days. Bad time in our history. Member Byrd.
Thank you, Chair. I was listening to some of my fellow board members, and I just wanted to kind of take a second to talk to our teachers. I want to make sure that you understand why you need to care about what this insurance costs this district and about the fund transfers. I really want you to kind of get this and encourage that this gets fixed and that our health insurance gets fixed. Encourage your union, encourage the district to work together, because you know, when you look back at the fund transfers from 2020 to 2023, it was between ESSER and the district, over $100 million was put into the trust, right? That's equivalent to about 8% in raises. 13 million is about 1% pay raise for our teachers. So you're looking at, that's about 8% of raises that could have happened in that time, on top of what other raises might already had. Then 24, what we're expected to pay this year and what was expected to come out next year would be another 100 million almost. So that's another 8%. We're talking 16% pay raises that could be made with that money that gets transferred. This is why this matters so much, and this is why this health insurance problem has to be fixed. And I want you to not just think about, the premiums and the discounts and everything. I want you to really encourage this problem to be fixed so that we don't have to keep doing that, so that we can look at that one pot of money, as it was explained earlier today, and we can give that money to you as opposed to putting it in a trust to make it work. I want to make sure that you were aware of that. Chair, you had mentioned about someone emailing us about the credit. I did, while I was yesterday, I was spending some time looking at other districts' medical plans, which, by the way, I know we compared, but I was looking at family plans, only family plans, and it is quite significant, the difference between many of our districts around us and family plans. This is why I'm concerned too, is because I'm sure every other district is trying to figure it out, and all of theirs are way more expensive than ours. The ones that have premiums that are close to ours have much higher out-of-pocket expenses. So I'm a little concerned about where we can go, how we can improve it, but I'm, hopeful that we'll come together and try. But anyway, in Osceola County, I did notice that they said there was a little blurb saying for employees that did not use the health insurance that they get a $750 credit to use toward other employee benefits like disability insurance or life insurance or whatever. So I just thought that was interesting. But I just want, I don't know, never mind, I'm good. That's all I have to say.
All right, thank you, Member Byrd. Member Gould.
I wanted to clarify what I was encouraging Member Gallo, Vice Chair Gallo, to say. So when I was talking about surveying staff, I meant our staff. So how, and that might be true for all health plans, so that you have a kind of a ground zero database of what works, what doesn't work, because some of those providers are exactly the same. I mean, providers take multiple kinds of insurance, because that's the crazy world we're in right now, of all of these different plans negotiating at different percentages of gross charges. So that's why when you get wholesale ticket or retail ticket numbers, they're just nuts, because you have to figure out an average, and frankly that's actually set by Medicare and Medicaid, not by commercial insurance plans. But just survey all of our OCPS team to see what that access looks like, and that may also help with where we put those health centers, because there are a lot of health deserts, even though we don't always see it, because we may not live in the neighborhoods that have the health deserts. So, and if you don't have public transportation near you too, and you only have one car or no car, it's limiting.
Thank you, Member Gould. I'm queued up next, but let me go to Mr. McCracken.
Thank you.
Nobody can accuse us of spending
Thank
too
you.
much money making the microphones work.
Yes, if I could, I would just like to clarify a couple of things that has been said. And first of all, about fringe benefits, I had not even requested that we go to fringe benefits, because I didn't know that we were even going to be talking about insurance this year. My understanding is that we were locked in this year. I am very interested in convening any committee where we have conversations, collaborations to discuss the things that need to be discussed. The minute that I found out that insurance was being talked about, I did talk several times to people about fringe benefits. So just to make sure that's clear, that did come out of my mouth. But I wanted to talk just generally about healthcare for a second, because well, let me just say, I am a child of poverty, and when I was growing up, my parents also were very, very poor. I did not have access to any health care. I don't remember having any health insurance until after college. I fell out of a tree once hurt my tailbone very badly. I still have lots of back problems because of it now, because I didn't tell anyone. I didn't also want my parents to have that expense. So I know very well what it's like for people to be concerned about health care. And there seem to be some accusations happening right now that this union wasn't concerned about how that affects people, and I'm very concerned about it. I have tried all year in so many ways, in so many times, in conversations with some of you to prevent us from being here. I tried everything I could. What didn't happen this year is any conversation from any of you with us. It was all just me talking to you. And I just think that we need to really, if we're going to talk about the district and the union, we need to consider that you all are part of this conversation and bargaining as well. You all are responsible for some of the things that happen in bargaining, and none of you would talk to us. So I invite you, I'm a little upset with the way this accusation is kind of coming this way, but I'm honestly excited about this agreement today. I'm very excited about and would love to at some point get to talk about percentage raises. I think it's a massive win for our teachers. I just really think that we need to, if we're going to be reflecting on how we go forward, I invite you, as our attorney said, it is not against the law for you all to talk to us. And I invite you to do that. And nobody this year would do that with me. A couple of just quick clarifications. The other thing that was very difficult this year, we were told over and over that you were 100% in agreement for all of these insurance increases. That makes it very difficult to have any conversations. We also were told over and over that the raises that you were talking about were locked in with this insurance. That also made it very, very difficult. I just wanted to say that I think it would be helpful. Dr. Vasquez and I have had a very good relationship. We have worked together on things, come up with solutions together. I too think, and I have talked from that podium so many times about collaboration. It is a core value of mine, and but it takes everybody, not just the union and the district. It takes something from you all as well. So I request from you that if we're all going to reconsider how bargaining goes forward, that comes from you as well.
Thank you, Clinton. I appreciate you sharing your perspective, because without you sharing that publicly, I don't think it's quite as clear to me I know how important it is to you. I don't think there's an understanding of why we're doing things the way we are. So I want to just back up for a minute. Most of the board has talked about collaborative bargaining. For the benefit of everyone else here, when you have the type of collective bargaining we have right now, it kind of reminds me of going to a used car lot and you see a sticker price, but you know you don't have to pay that price, but you don't know what price you have to pay, and you haggle back and forth, and you don't really know where that line is because neither side wants to talk about where that line is. And that's kind of, it's bargaining where we're against each other as opposed to being a team. And I don't really understand why we're doing that. If we were a private corporation, I would get it. The board of directors, us, would be sitting here going, well, we got to look out for the people who own the company. It might be, folks that own stock or bonds. We'd be thinking of them, and we'd be thinking of making a profit. And so the employees are people that we use to make a profit. But that's not what we do. We don't make a profit. Every dollar we take in goes back out, no profit. We really are on the same team. I know you all have heard me say this before, but I hate bringing up when I was mayor, but when I left as mayor, what was I going to do with what I consider to be the last chapter of my professional career? I'm here because I believe that there is nothing more important than public education, and in public education, there's nothing more important than teachers. I know that our society is not sustainable without public education, and public education is not sustainable without teachers. And none of it is sustainable without paying people enough to be able to afford to be in the classroom. And frankly, I mean it from the bottom of my heart. I think it ought to be hard to get a job. I think there ought to be people beating down the doors to get a job because the salary's so good and the atmosphere's so good and you're so respected that this is a cherished position as opposed to a sacrificial one. I really believe that's where we need to be as a country. And that's why I am here instead of someplace else, because I didn't think there was anything more important that the public sector, that government does, than what you do, what we do. And I really believe we are a team. But when we're arguing against each other, instead of saying, all right, guys, we got a problem, okay? You're not keeping up with inflation. Well, we're not keeping up with inflation to give you that. In fact, if you look at our numbers, we get less than we've given from a percentage and from an inflation standpoint every year since I've been on this board. We're really trying. We are on your team. I was so glad to hear our former teachers, always a teacher, former teacher, articulate that. Every single member of this board, we might disagree about different things. We do not disagree about this. So moving forward, if we could have collaborative bargaining, then Clinton sitting down and talking to you would be so much easier. But when we can't figure out what's your real bottom line, what's our real bottom line, I think Member Gallo pointed it out real well. We're all real frustrated. And we really did, you're not going to believe this, folks, we really did agree to impasse because we believed we were not going to ever reach an agreement. And the longer the impasse process is a long process, okay? First you gotta declare it, then you gotta have some more bargaining, then you gotta get a special magistrate, then you gotta argue over which is the special magistrate, then the special magistrate gets appointed, then he schedules a date, then you have a hearing, then you send him briefs, then he has 15 days later, and March 5th rolls around, and here we are. Like, none of us wanted to see that. What the heck would I be doing here if I wanted to inflict pain on teachers? I mean, that's just nuts. That's just nuts. Think about it for a minute. Why would I be here if I wasn't on your team? So while it seemed like, I don't know, dyslexic, probably a bad term to use, disingenuous to call for an impasse, it was the only way that we believed we were going to move forward. It doesn't have to be this way. And with you, Clinton, I mean, yeah, I'd love to sit down and talk to you. Doing that in a collective bargaining way is extremely difficult. Please give some thought to collaborative bargaining. Just give it a try. Just give us a try. You guys came together. We've all beaten up on everybody. I don't want to beat up anymore. I just believe we can do better, and we got to be on the same team. The last thing I'm going to say on that is Member Castro-Dental said it. Actually, we're human beings. I've been in office for a long time, but it still hurts when people are angry at me or don't trust me. In fact, nothing hurts more than when they don't trust me. But what really matters is not whether I'm hurt. What really matters is the morale of our teachers. And if I'm a teacher and I believe that the person I put in office doesn't give a flip about me, doesn't care if I have a Christmas present, doesn't care if I have enough money to buy my children what they need, to keep them in good health care, if I think the person I put in office doesn't care about me, that's a darn good reason to have a morale problem. I can't think of a better reason. And that's not what It's not what local government's about. That might be Tallahassee or Washington, but this is supposed to be the place where you come and you make a difference and you connect. I see you, you see me. We're human beings. We're on this planet and on this team together. So at a local level, when we lose your trust and the morale goes down, that breaks my heart. Not for me, but for all of our teachers who believed in us enough to cast their ballot for us. I don't want you to lose hope and trust in us. So Clinton, will you try to work with us collaboratively? Can we do this 1 year?
I don't know the details of the pros and cons of it, but I don't care what it's called, actually. I'm open to talking to you all and talking about what we can do to help teachers. And I think that we would only make progress if we're able to do that together.
Okay, let's do this. Let's get a meeting to talk about the difference between collaborative and collective, because I don't want to put you on a spot to make a decision without enough information. I should know better than to do that. So let's do that. Let's, as a starting point, let's meet to discuss how the pros and cons and whether or not that can work. Good enough with that, huh?
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
It'd be
Okay.
great.
All right.
I love it.
It's a starting point. All right. I love it. Thank you. All right. Vice Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Clinton, I always talk to you. We may not have went into specifics, but I did not take your call, and I never didn't call you back until we went into the insulated period. So I always talk to you. And in the unique position of being on the board, it's like being the child in between their two parents. And you got one parent telling you one thing and another parent telling you something else. And you're trying to figure out the truth. And you're trying to work it out, and you're trying to do due diligence, because we've got a job up here to be neutral, to declare what the settlement is. So it's just understand from our perspective, trying to do right by our teachers, by all of our employees, by our community, by the districts. I mean, we have a huge job, and we take that very seriously. And I've read every single email you sent me. In fact, I got them printed out in my little book that I was looking at this weekend. And all the emails that I got from teachers, I looked at them all. I did not respond, only because there was not much I could say, and I didn't want to do a form response, because y'all don't like it when I do that. I get the emails back on that. But I did read every single email. But I do hope that going forward, we can be more collaborative and make the process easier on all of us, because it wasn't easy on the teachers either. Like, they were taking time emailing us. They were worried. They haven't gotten their money. Like, it's been difficult. It's more difficult for the teachers than anybody, but it's been very difficult. If this is approved on today, how quickly will it go to the teachers to get ratified or go for ratification? How long will that take?
Couple weeks.
Just a couple of weeks. We're ready to move forward with the process. I think the fastest, because it would be a mail ballot, the fastest that it could happen would be a count like on March 28th, I think.
Okay. And then by then we'll know if it's ratified or not ratified, and then they'll get their money immediately after that. Is that how that works? How quickly after ratification will teachers get their money?
Can we program now to be ready?
I think April 10th is the first check.
March 29th is my birthday. That would be a really good day if the checks could go out on March 29th.
So we'd have to look at the payroll cutoffs for that. I'd have to work with the team to see what that is, but it would be sometime in April.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you,
sir. Okay, Member Casterdental.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Listening to this discussion, I have another idea. and that is, so we're not negotiators up here, and I don't want to be one. I don't have that expertise, and we have a lot of people who have spent a lifetime learning about all of that. But I wouldn't mind if the board is apprised of fringe benefit meetings, getting the minutes of a meeting, and all the other committees within the bargaining sessions. I think that would help us be aware of any progress that's going along, and then we can ask questions if we don't see a meeting coming up. If we could have the calendar of meetings that are scheduled. And again, if someone wants to attend one of the meetings, they can, but I don't want to kind of insert myself in those negotiations. I'd rather just know that they're happening and we're making progress. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Castellano. I'm going to call on Mr. Palmerini, and then I'm going to open the floor for a motion. Mr. Palmerini.
So what I'm looking to do here is just clarity procedurally, and I'm looking at Mr. Mandel and Mr. Richard. Are we treating this as a tentative agreement, or are we asking the board to jointly impose this?
Impose.
Jointly impose, okay. And to both of you gentlemen, is there any objection as along with the motion if I have the board also move to approve all previous tentative agreements and the wage determination by the special magistrate? Is there any objection to that?
Why would you do that till after we vote? Those are considered TAs, so.
No, the statute calls for ratification from both the employer and the
So
employee.
he's talking about just accelerating the ratification.
You want to accelerate it
Yeah.
by pre-ratifying?
Yeah.
That speeds it up.
Does that mean that it doesn't have to come back to us
That's
if it's
correct.
ratified? Yeah, Mr. Palmerini and I had discussed this offline because I wanted to understand the process.
Yeah.
And reading the statute, I thought, oh my gosh, even after it gets ratified, it comes back to us. It seemed like an unnecessary step. All right, good.
We're in favor.
Does that get us to March 29th? The checks go out?
It helps.
I'm telling you, being chair, you get nothing. No extra perks. Go ahead. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So
It's not
before
not my checks, your
before we
checks.
take a motion, Member Gould had requested that we visually see. So I think someone was putting together so we don't even know what to motion for. So we need.
Is it being typed already?
Somebody was typing it up so that we could see it.
Yeah, we're getting it in 1 minute.
Okay.
Yeah.
1 minute.
Madam Chair?
Please, Mr. Richard.
This might help, and Jim is here so he can attest to what I'm about to say, as well as Jeff. So all bargaining is the same under Chapter 447. It's collective bargaining because we bargain for the collective as opposed to individuals. But there are different models, and I've been very involved, or was very involved for many years, and so were you, in California with Kaiser Permanente, which would have been at many times, not so much now, but the sort of model of what you're calling collaborative, we really call it interest-based bargaining. And the idea is you come to the tables not necessarily with articles, although you can. I like to have it in writing. That's permissive. But you come with your interest. And by going through interest-based bargaining, you tend to have a more collaborative process, and that tends to be the model. And I've spent a lot of times, well, they move around between Oakland, LA, and I don't remember the other city, back and forth doing this for, at one point, 100,000 Kaiser Permanente healthcare workers, wall-to-wall, as we call it. But they're a private enterprise, so it's a little different. But where we see it work best, or at least my opinion, and we've done lots, is where we all are talking to each other. And no one holds it against each other, but it's the exploration of settlement. It's an exploration in problem solving. And it really does work. No finger pointing. And I'm as guilty as anyone, I kept saying, call the board and find out, is it true that this is really where they're at? Because if they're at, I don't know what to do. And we don't want to revisit it. But that's what happened. There was no, on either side, I don't think, an attempt to throw oil onto the fire just for the sake of doing so. But whatever the positions were the superintendent had, I respected them. But it came very clear that we had hit a brick wall in your name. And so, and that may or may not be true, it's irrelevant, but these are the kinds of things that we have to figure out together. So interest-based bargaining, if everyone wants to try it, it's not a panacea. We had collaborative bargaining under your contract, which was kind of strange because it called for bargaining 24 hours, 7 days a week, 52 weeks a year. That's what we had in your contract. You think this is crazy? That was crazy. And so we're open to all of it, and we hear you. And we would just reciprocally ask, it is hard for someone, even though you do take the emails, and you do, Vice Chair, and people know how communicative you are. But if it's not substantive, I go to other places where commissioners, I go to Dade County, commissioners will sit in the office before Impasse and go through everything with you. Sometimes they'll say, I got to get back to you. I got to check with the other side, but it's a very give and take. And both sides know, guess what? We're answering to you all. But whatever model we choose, Clinton has pledged today to try to make that work. And I don't want to speak for the superintendent, but knowing her bona fides, I'm sure she would as well.
All right, thank you. Member Gould, we're 1 minute away from, or do we have language?
Shall I? Okay. So I hear what you said, and I was here when we converted, and it was the beginning of my tenure, so I didn't get to do collaborative for too long because it shifted. And I hear what Mr. Richards is saying, that there may be a better way to define it. But one of the things that I think is a tremendous benefit and then builds that more team approach, even when we don't agree, just like up here, is the training, which we have not done since my first year on this board. So that whole training process, and then agreeing to what should be outlined in what I call the bylaws, the articles of agreement, for the behaviors. So I hear you, I don't disagree with you, but what we've been doing this last 2 times does not work. It does not work. So you know the definition of insanity. Let's not do it anymore.
All right, we will discuss offline exactly how we're going to coordinate that. I think we're talking about training. It would be great if we were all in the same thing, so we were, okay, great. Well, everybody's taking a minute to read it. Let me read this. The district's health insurance proposal will be implemented at the beginning of the plan year 24-25. The district will provide CTA bargaining unit employees a premium discount for plan year 24-25 only, equal to $4.4 million. This premium discount shall be applied equally to all CTA bargaining unit employees employed with the district prior to July 1, 2024, and covered by one of the district's plans prior to July 1, 2024. The parties agree to enter into a memorandum of agreement implementing the premium discount. I still have a concern. I'm sorry about the language. The thing that we're all in agreement, so it probably won't be a problem. But the thing that I think is potentially ambiguous is the premium discount shall be applied equally to all.
By percent, not the
Okay, but excuse me, we've spent so long with the state of Florida.
We don't care.
On whether or not we're tied to salary or percent, that I just want that clear, okay?
Yeah, I think the intent is for it to be cut in half, the increase, whatever it is now.
So the percent will be applied. Thank you.
Yes.
That was,
Yep.
yeah, you understand where I was coming from.
Wait.
Yeah, he just made the same comment to me right before you did.
Thank you.
Address it.
Okay. We're going to add percent.
I think there's an issue. Maybe.
Okay, go ahead.
I think there's an issue if.
Well, it's good time to have
Yes.
it now,
Yeah.
if we're not all thinking the same thing.
They're not cutting everybody by 50%.
But I thought that's what they did.
Yes. Well, a question, hang on. The only thing is I want to make sure who you're asking it to can answer it.
No, they didn't want it the same.
I think we're actually talking about the premium increase, because the discount is going to be 50% of the increase, not 50% of the premium.
Yeah, that's.
Right? That might be what they're discussing. And again, we're all sitting here, we're all on the same page. It's probably not an issue, but I'd rather it be right.
Go ahead.
So, well, folks, as they are working through this, for those of you who have been with us since we started to the end, again, thank you so much for sticking with us throughout this process and your patience throughout the day.
I wasn't listening. I didn't hear you.
You didn't hear me?
I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just thanking everybody for sticking with us through this, for their patience through this, for their humor through it. You missed some of the humor. You missed the humor.
You did like the humor.
I did like the humor, yes. Even though...
Learning about Gallo's favorite Taylor Swift.
Absolutely. I was a little disappointed in our deputy superintendent. He did have just a wee bit of humor, but he's usually known for a lot more. We expect more next time, but we're not having another impasse hearing.
Maybe at a regular school board meeting.
Yes. Wow. Mm-hmm. You want some help?
Thank you, ladies, so much for your time. Have a good day. Thank you. Thank you.
Good night.
Yes, I'll see you at Genwell. Thank you. And Ms. Jacobs, I hope Riley is doing well.
Thank you. She is. I'm going to see her tomorrow morning. And I'm going to be 2 years old all over again. I love it.
Really?
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much. We need a bathroom break. Okay, you need one.
Can you let Alicia just ask her a question?
Yeah, go ahead, Alicia. I just wasn't sure who you're asking it of. Like, they're all...
I know, even if I can just put it out there, and if they all need to chit-chat about it while we go to the bathroom. I know. Okay, so just at the line that says covered by one, okay, where employees employed, okay, with the district prior to July 1st, and then it says covered by one of the district's plans prior to July 1st, so that the premium discount would be covered by one of the district's plan. So if they switch their plan, do we have an answer for that? Like if they, is it only, how does that work? Or is it like only on the 4 that we have currently?
No, it's if I think it's if.
Only one of those 4. But if we add a new plan or anything like that into the new year, that wouldn't be counted. Okay. So I don't know why they have to have that line then.
All right. Ms. Blackwell.
July 1 is in there because we have employees who may become employed as late as May who are not covered by our health plan because they have not served out a waiting period yet. So we need them employed before July 1 and covered by one of the health plans before July 1 to be eligible for the discount.
Thank you.
That makes sense. Okay. Thank you.
Got it? I'm telling you.
Hello. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you
So we're
now.
just agreeing so everyone's clear, and you all helped ignite this discussion for the good. the net at the end will not be any greater than 4.4 and won't be any less than 4.4. So the math, if people come and leave the district, those rounding errors, if you will, be worked out with Judith and Doreen and Clinton. But that it's going to be split amongst the workforce, depending on who had coverage, so that they are the $4.4 million, 4.4, is achieved, but no greater, no less. That's your budget.
Okay. Do we have language to deal with the percent issue?
Yeah, we're going to put it in the MOU. That last
Okay.
paragraph references that we're going to sit down and do an MOU that will worship that directive.
Okay, so you want us to make a motion, and we don't have language? Specific
No.
language? Okay.
Use that language, but
Okay.
in that language, I believe the last paragraph, John, references an MOU for implementation. So the implementation will be such that it won't be any greater or less than 4.4 million on an annual basis, correct? That's annually.
Okay. I'm still not sure. Are we putting percent in there? Are we putting percent of the increase? What are we doing?
It's the language that's already there.
Yeah, it's what we have here.
Yeah, I think the idea is you're committing to an amount, and then you're going to leave it up to us to continue this collaborative process
Oh,
so
heaven
that we
help
can
us.
figure out how to apply it among the unit.
Definitely not getting it by my birthday. No, I'm just
No, we
messing with you.
are,
Just
we
kidding. No, of course. Okay, John,
So
tell me
can
what
I-
the motion is.
Let me just state it all out and have one of you move it and one of you second it, if you're okay with it. So I would say the motion is to have, for you all to impose the following language. The district's health insurance proposal will be implemented for the beginning of plan year 24-25. The district will provide CTA bargaining unit employees a premium discount for the plan year 24-25 only equal to $4.4 million. This premium discount shall be applied equally to all CTA bargaining unit employees employed with the district prior to July 1, 2024, and covered by one of the district's plans prior to July 1, 2024. The parties agreed to enter into a memorandum of agreement implementing the premium discount. Also, you will move to approve all previously agreed tentative agreements and to approve the wage and salary determination by the magistrate.
Mr. Mandel?
Yes, I apologize. There's a lot of moving parts here. And we'd like to change it to say this premium discount shall be split among all CTA bargaining unit employees.
That would be much better.
Yes, and that will give us the
Yes,
ability
thank
to
you.
work out all of the
Yes.
finer details.
As opposed to equally, which we could argue at some point over what that meant. So, all right.
So let me restate the motion.
Will you withdraw your motion?
Yes. Okay. The motion is as follows. The board shall impose the following language. The district's health insurance proposal will be implemented the beginning of the plan year 24-25. The district will provide CTA bargaining unit employees a premium discount for plan year 24-25 only equal to $4.4 million. This premium discount shall be split among all CTA bargaining unit employees employed with the district prior to July 1, 2024, and covered by one of the district's plans prior to July 1, 2024. The parties agree to enter into a memorandum of agreement implementing the premium discount. You will also move to approve all previously agreed tentative agreements and to approve the wage and salary determination made by the special magistrate.
Thank you. That was the part I think we were missing there. Member Salamanca, you want to be recognized?
Do we need to have anything here that makes it also explicit that this impacts all other employees like OSPA or anything else? We're just good here. Is it automatic?
We don't in this agreement, but we already have it in the other agreement. So.
Got it. Just
all right. Let's try it again. We have a motion?
Second.
We have a motion by Member Gould, a second by Member Castor-Dental. Oh, boy. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, but there were other things in the special magistrate's recommendation that the parties agreed to besides the salaries.
You said
I said salary and wages.
In addition to salary and wages, there was the holidays, the Juneteenth issue. So there were right in the workday, yeah. Thank you.
Yes, exactly.
So that, let the record reflect, the motion was amended to include the Juneteenth determination, the work days.
There's more. I don't want to miss. Why
How
can't we
about
say
we
all
just get
previously
comprehensive?
adjudicate, all previously tentative agreed articles? The ones that,
Or you
those
could-
that have fell off, but it's the TAs that we're adopting.
Or you could just say the TAs and any of the special magistrate's
Magistr-
recommendations that were not rejected.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, but,
That'll work.
okay.
And that would cover everything.
Okay.
Yeah.
Amend, you want to
Second.
offer an amendment to the okay. We're going
I would like to offer an amendment to the motion that includes the TAs and not anything that was rejected.
whatever John just said.
And whatever
all
John just
agreements, all decisions reflected by the special magistrate.
That will be our language. Are you
Thank
comfortable with
you.
that?
I am very comfortable with that.
We
All
had TAs
right.
that weren't in there. We had a couple of TAs.
No, all
We need to
TAs
take a recess.
plus everything that was decided by
Right,
the
that's
special
what I just
magistrate.
said. I said the TAs
So,
plus
yeah, there
the
were-
magistrate, but not anything that was rejected.
Don't worry, we
got it.
We got it.
John's
Okay.
got it for about an hour.
So the motioner amended their motion, the seconder agreed to the amendment.
Second.
Okay. We have a second to the amendment by Member Salamanca. All in favor of the amendment to the motion? We vote on the amendment before we vote on the main motion. Everybody agreed to the amendment on the motion?
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
Any opposed? Now, to the main motion as amended. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It all carries unanimously. Any further business to come before this body? If so, you will be on my bad side. We okay? We good?
We are
Okay,
good to go.
Wonderful. Good night. Meeting adjourned. God bless. Godspeed.